الناس ولا يؤمن بالله واليوم الآخر فمثله كمثل صفوان عليه تراب فأصابه وابل فتركه صلدا لا يقدرون على شيء مما كسبوا والله لا يهدي القوم الكافرين ومثل الذين ينفقون أموالهم ابتغاء مرضات الله وتثبيتا أنفسهم كمثل جنة بربوة أصابها وابل فآتت أكلين فإن لم يصبها وابل فطل والله بما تعملون بصير.
Subhanallah. I would now like to invite Mr. Yusuf Hassan Khalawi, Secretary General of AlBaraka Forum for Islamic Economy, to come and deliver the welcome address. Mr. Khalawi, his extensive is exemplified by his membership in esteemed institutions and advisory boards, such as being board member of the Accounting and Auditing Organization for Islamic Financial Institutions in Bahrain, and the main counsel of the Islamic Fiqh Academy. He is vice chairman of the board of directors of the Organization of Cooperation. It is worth mentioning that he is as well a member of several boards and advisory bodies. Mr. Yusuf, I would like to welcome you on stage for the welcome address.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is with great honor to be with you today in our first event ever in Pakistan, one of the founding countries in the world in Islamic economies. We believe in our future. We believe in our youth. And before all that, we believe in our principles. And the way to that future will be only based on our principles and our youth. It's just like that, bold, crystal clear. Anyone is looking to build future for our nations through any other principles, they already spent decades to try to do that, and we can see our present represent really the result of what they did. When we look at our future, we believe we have challenges around us everywhere. But that challenges really, it represents our plan. And this subject which we are discussing today is an important part of where Islamic finance can contribute a lot to all our nations. As you know, Pakistan is one of the majors in the world receiving that transactions, beside some other Muslims and non-Muslims countries. We did our first research on that subject, which inshallah will be ready to download it, and we hope we can inshallah print it this year in both in English and Arabic. So this research represent the significant figures of that billions of transactions which going on every year. How can we facilitate that? How can we develop our alternative system to contribute better to our nations? How can we make all those immigrants happy with their contributions to their nations? How can we make it sustainable? Because one of the major challenges comes to the second and third generations migrated from our countries is that they lose the roots to our nations. This is a major issue. We need also to consider it, how to make that contribution sustainable. How can we make them happy even if they don't want to their countries? How can they support their countries? So this is a major issue, and it shows us our new role. Islamic finance, as all of us knows, started by looking for an interest-free products and services. And now, alhamdulillah, we have almost solutions for most of products for individuals and a good number of products for corporate. We need more, we need a lot, we need to comply with maqasid al-sharia. This is another discussion. But what I want to take your what I want to raise today is our role is not just solutions for people who are looking for alternative solutions, which should be always interest-free. No. Our role is to create an alternative system for the world, because our world is facing more and more crises. And that crisis will continue, as you can review very easily. Even the best economics in the world, they cannot find solutions we are facing today. So the crises are coming everywhere around us. And capitalism tried the best. They have the best think tanks around the world, huge institutions, thousands of excellent researchers. What's the result? More debt and more gap in inequality. So the only way for the world today is to discover new alternative system, and the only system which is existing today beside capitalism is Islamic economy. So this should be our new role after 50 years of existing. We have already 5 decades, all professional solutions for Islamic finance started by mid of 70s, as all of you knows. So we spent 5 decades looking to ourselves, finding interest-free solutions. And this is now our way to the whole world, to find the right solutions to avoid all that dark futures, which we already seen. No one in the world can prove any nation like United States, they can fix their debt. There is no way that the United States pay back their debt. No one in the world can prove that. So what's the solution? The solution is just borrow, and that's all. Is that the right solution? Everyone knows this is not the solution, but there is no any alternative solution. So this should be our new role after 5 decades of exploring our way in Islamic banking. We are here to partner with everyone who is capable and looking forward to better future to our nations. And as I mentioned earlier, we published our research to see your comments, your feedback before we publish it, inshallah, officially by this year, and how can contribute more through such a research to develop our understanding for our nations, for the whole world as today, to build a better future for us and for the new generation. I'd like to, before I end my speech, to thank our global partner, AlBaraka Banking Group, who without their support, we will not be able to achieve all what we have been achieved today, alhamdulillah. And a special thanks to all our speakers who will participate with us today. And I am looking, inshallah, forward to see you every year with another topic, contribute to build better future for us. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Yusuf, for your enlightening speech. I would now like to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Ishrat Hussain. Dr. Ishrat Hussain was until recently advisor to the Prime Minister on institutional reforms and austerity with the status of federal minister, and led the government's efforts to reform the civil services and restructure the federal government. Regulatory and economic roles, he is a national and international distinguished professor, Professor Emeritus and Chairman, Center for Excellence in Islamic Finance at the Institute of Business Administration, Karachi, and many other educational institutions around the globe. I would like you all to welcome Dr. Ishrat Hussain to the stage to deliver the keynote address.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank the AlBaraka Islamic Forum for inviting me to speak to this very distinguished audience on a subject which is becoming critically important, both from the economic and development perspective. I won't repeat what the Secretary General just pointed out about Islamic finance as an alternative financial system for the globe, because soon after 2008 and 9, I presented what I call as a roadmap for the central bank governors at Luxembourg, where I argued that the risks which we faced during the global financial can be mitigated if we take a turn and adopt the Islamic financial system. And that was something which we wanted to argue, that it is not a faith-based system, but it is an alternate system, the global financial undertakings. And I think we lost somewhere, and we never pursued that line, and we just became very inward looking, and we were confined ourselves to the Islamic countries and try to develop this in our own countries, which is fine, which is nothing wrong with it. But the championship for taking this forward was missing. And especially When the West is now talking about environmental issues, they're talking about impact investment, what other system can have within its own confines all these attributes. So my request is that what the Secretary General has pointed out is something we have to vigorously and not be very much inward looking. We should be, because we have something to offer which really makes sense. I would also like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to Sheikh Saleh Kamel, who was in the Presidential Advisory Council of Islamic Development Bank, and we worked together, and he's a champion of Islamic banking, and I would like to pay my tribute to him for the excellent work he has done. This morning, I would like to divide my remarks into three parts. One, I will try to walk you through what the global trends are and what is the demographic situation which is going to evolve in the next decades or so. Next, I would like to argue that we are mistaken in always moaning about and complaining about brain drain. My submission is that in today's global world, the right characteristic is the brain circulation. That you go out, you acquire some knowledge and skills and experience, and you come back to your country when the situation is better, and you apply that knowledge and skills in order to improve your own country. And there are many examples all over the world where the countries have actually benefited from the people who have migrated. And my third point is that this is a win-win situation for the advanced countries, for the countries in the GCC domain who are really short of manpower, and for the poor OIC countries or the low-income OIC countries. And that is why we should all, despite the political vibes in some of the countries like Italy, where a prime minister has been elected who doesn't believe in migration, but you would be very interested to know that the number of migrants, economic migrants, I'm not talking of refugees, was 2.2%, 2.8% of the total world population in 2000. Today, it has risen to 3.5%. And in OECD advanced countries, it has risen from 8.8 to 12.6%. That was the rhetoric and the rightist parties in the European countries are always saying that we don't want, but they are stuck. Let me give you the example of Germany. Germany will now need one young worker, 15 to 24, to support 3 senior citizens of 65 and plus. They are falling short of labor. And all of you know that the sustainable economic growth in the long term is a product of 2 factors. The labor supply. So if your labor supply is going down, your economic growth is going to decline. And when economic growth declines, your living standards are under threat. You cannot, and that's why Japan and Korea, both of them very proud of their ethnic purity. They never allowed the foreigners to come and work in their own countries, are forced to India, to Bangladesh, and negotiate that they would need so many thousands of professionals in order to supplement their own workforce, which is not really going to be sufficient for the growth. So you have opportunities where we have 60% of the population below the age of 30. We have to equip ourselves. And the reason is that the difference between the per capita incomes of the low countries and the OECD countries even today is 54 times higher. So there is a temptation for everyone who is living in the low and lower middle income countries to migrate to the. My second point is that people say, well, the GCC countries are not going to be the recipient of so much of manpower. Let me give you some statistics. The Gulf states are expected to earn $3.5 trillion in the next 5 years in response to the re-engineering of global energy flows resulting from Western sanctions, climate change, and the reshaping of geopolitical. Saudi Arabia and the UAE aim to increase their throughput from 13 million barrels to 16 million. Qatar is planning to expand its North Field project at a cost of 30 billion over the next 5 years, increasing annual LNG output from 77 million tons to 126 million and raising its current share of 33% of the global LNG trade. The sovereign funds of these countries today total $3 trillion, and they are awash with liquidity. They are seeking investment opportunities both within the Gulf and the Middle Eastern countries, particularly Egypt and Pakistan. During a recent trip to Saudi Arabia, I witnessed construction boom in all, including apartments, office buildings, roads, bridges, highways, as well as educational and healthcare institutions at a pace which I have never, or scale, which I've never seen before. I've been going to Saudi Arabia for a long time. But this is a new revolution because, you know, the new crown prince is very much pursuing a policy which is Vision 2030, where he wants to diversify Saudi economy from dependence on oil to non-oil economy. And he's really opening up for Pakistanis and for the OIC countries in order to. Having sketched the demographic and the picture of the demand for these, I would like to argue that unskilled labor is no longer going to be the driving force for migration. All these countries now are looking for professional, technical, and skilled labor. In Pakistan and in other countries in OIC have to make plans right from now in order to equip our younger population in the kind of skills which are required in these countries. So it is a training of the youth, not like what producing university graduates today, and 31% of them are unemployed because there is no demand for them even in Pakistan. So we have to restructure the entire educational and training apparatus in Pakistan in order to meet our own demands, but also to cater. Now we keep on arguing that 800,000 people left last year. Yeah, but it has been going on for some time. Look what it does. Your annual increase per force is 1.6 million. your new entrants to the labor force are 1.6 million. If that, half of them, 800,000, move out of the country, your unemployment rate declines. And the remittances they are sending you provides you the hard foreign exchange earnings, which supplement. I just give you a statistic which people don't know, that if we had not received 31 billion in 2022 fiscal year, the current account deficit of would not have been $17.5 billion, but $43.5 billion. So thank your workers abroad who are actually helping you to maintain your standard of living. Can you imagine if you had a gap of 43 billion, how much imports will be curtailed and how much decline in the living standards of this country would take place? So you don't realize what great job these individuals who are moving out of Pakistan are doing to this country. They cannot create foreign exchange living here in Pakistan. So what happens when they go out? They send the money to Pakistan to their families. And studies have shown that the children of these migrants who live in the rural area, anybody in their family go for higher education, they go to the best schools, and they go to higher educations. They get health facilities, not in the government hospitals, but in the private hospitals. Their nutrition is much better. And they buy decent housing for themselves and for their families, because those assets which they are sending you are being utilized by the families. So it's a situation where you're raising the standards of the living of the downtrodden, disadvantaged, poor families to become the middle class. And that will reduce income inequality, which that is the byproduct of the present capitalist system, where inequalities are rising. But if you have these remittances, which are actually helping you, the families are getting better standards of living, the inequalities are declining. So let us not argue that we should discourage the brain drain. Only 13,000 out of 800 have gone out of Pakistan who are professionals, who are technical, who are managers. Make this 100 line so they can work here and they can work outside. Japanese ambassador told me that he wants 30,000 IT professionals by 2030 from Pakistan. We produce only 25,000 every year, out of which only 5,000 are. What is the lesson? We have to increase our ratio of the IT professionals in our university education and get away from the subjects which are not really being useful either or for the outside. So we have to think about a strategy where these people are expanding in numbers. And finally, because I was asked to confine my remarks to 10 minutes, I would like to submit that Islamic finance can also supplement the remittances to help the families which are not saving so much today, and they are actually spending a lot, which is not really required. Because when the migrants come back, and they will come back because the GCC countries don't allow nationality, they should have some pool of savings with her start their own small businesses, or they can do other jobs. So Islamic finance, Islamic banks, I would urge, have a responsibility to mobilize these remittances, not just for expenditure and for pass through, but to convince them to have a portion of their remittances for saving purposes. So either in the rainy day or some shock comes in, the oil prices decline in the world, and Saudi Arabia and UAE and require so much, these migrants, when they come back, will have something to fall back upon. Otherwise, they will live in misery. So these are few remarks I thought I'll share with you, and I wish the conference and the forum all the success, because this is a topic which is of great importance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ishrat. I think that was very insightful, and I think the role of the Islamic economy when it comes to social development across the OIC nations is very important. I think one very beautiful thing that you pointed out was a change of perspective on brain drain in Pakistan, but I think we need to look at it in a different way in terms of creating brain circulation, which can eventually bring more remittances to Pakistan. So thank you for your insightful speech. Our next speaker is Mr. Zulfikar Ali Khokar, present as the head of Pakistan Remittance Initiative. With a rich professional background, he has amassed 15 years of expertise at the State Bank of Pakistan's country's central bank. His experience at State Bank of Pakistan spans the formulation and implementation of foreign exchange policies as well as contributions to development finance policies. Over the last decade and a half, he has overseen diverse areas such as microfinance, Islamic banking, exchange policy, exchange companies, and home remittances. Please welcome our next keynote speaker, Mr. Zulfikar Ali Khokar, to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, AlBaraka Forum, for giving us this opportunity to display before you what Pakistan is doing in terms of remittances. I will briefly touch upon the importance of the remittance for Pakistan. Dr. Saab has already given you the whole background, and then what we do in Pakistan for remittances and what are the expectations from most of the colleagues that are invited here belong to the Islamic banking institutions here. Very briefly, Pakistan Remittance Initiative is a unique entity in Pakistan, which is the collaboration of three main departments of this country, of the federal level. One is the State Bank, the second is Ministry of Finance, and the third is Ministry of Overseas Pakistanis and Human Resource Development. Our objective is to, from a remittance perspective, to have faster, cheaper, and accessible remittance throughout Pakistan. Upon how do we do so that the remittances in Pakistan come very cheap, very fast, and they are accessible throughout Pakistan. In terms of the contributions, these are the numbers that Dr. Saab just elaborated before you. Had there been no remittances, you can look at the misery that Pakistan could have faced. So most of the current account balance deficit that Pakistan runs is made by the remittances. It's so much so it even surpasses the current account deficits in some years. And there is a saying in Pakistan that our dogs and our cats eat dollars while the Pakistanis work in the scorching heat of Dubai and Jeddah. And even look at this room, all these air conditions are running on the imported petrol. So we should be thankful, as Dr. Saab said, to all the Pakistanis that are working very hard for us in a very, very difficult circumstances, and we are having their fruit here in Pakistan. The key development remittance infrastructure in Pakistan that was developed out of the efforts of the last 1 decade is that we have a dedicated home remittances sales in Pakistan with each financial institutions that we have created. So now there is in every financial institutions that looks after remittances in Pakistan. We have the international correspondent tie-up arrangements that were very few a decade ago. Now they run into, at present, we have more than 350 international tie-ups from the largest to the that are working with us. We have interoperable rails, payment system rails in Pakistan, which take care of all the account credits in Pakistan. We have the IBAN number, which is the international bank account number. This is a unique number that is identifiable throughout the world, that is available in Pakistan. Each bank account so our number is unique and is identifiable globally. Our wholesale payment system, RTGS, PRISM, is also taking care of the retail payments of home remittances. Typically, the RTGS of the world do not cater to the retail payments like remittances. Interbank fund transfer facility in Pakistan, and then the RAST is in the pipeline. So all this payment system infrastructure is taking care of real-time transfer of the remittance in Pakistan. And just to give you an example, I did it myself. As being in London, I transferred money to one of my MCB account in Pakistan bank account. So both the remittances reached in 16 seconds and 17 seconds. While the money that I transferred to a relative in Canada and USA, in USA it reached in 2 days and in Canada 3 days. So this is the kind of fast remittance rails that we have for Pakistan. We also have a cash over the counter system in Pakistan. Typically, banks are reluctant to cater to the remittance customers because of their peculiarity of being walk-in customers. They have small ticket and they have large quantity. They come in larger quantity. So these three characters are typically not liked by the bankers. But in Pakistan, we have worked with all banks of Pakistan, and they are also facilitating cash over the counter payments in Pakistan. And not only the banks, but we have exchange companies, we have branchless banking agents, which are the retail agents, shopkeepers, and the Pakistan Post also disperse the remittances. What are the incentives that we have put in place in Pakistan for the market players? Pakistan is a unique country. We reimburse the cost of sending money to Pakistan. We call it reimbursement of TT charges. TT charges is the historical title that is used. But for most of the remittances, largely 85% of the remittances are sent free to Pakistan. So in terms of our first objective, the cheaper remittance in Pakistan, 80 to 85% remittances, there is no fee. That fee is picked up by the government of Pakistan and banks and international correspondent tie-ups through the State Bank of Pakistan. We also have marketing incentive schemes in place for Pakistani financial institutions that in turn work with the international financial institutions. And we have this year, especially because of the line and remittances, we have increased the incentives, both on the reimbursement of TT charges and for the marketing incentive schemes. We also have initiated this year the recognition awards. So the money makes the mayor go, but at the same time, recognition is also a critical part of. So we have started Pakistan Remittance Initiative Summit and Pakistan Remittance Initiative Awards for the first time, and that event was held in December this year at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The incentives for the consumers in the remittance value is a free of cost remittance. There's no fee most of the time. We give this scheme to everybody across the board, across the globe, but some international players which are charging even slightly more from different corners, so they haven't opted for this scheme. But that scheme is available for every international entity. Real-time transfers, as I said, we have enhanced access. So it's a cash pickup account, wallet transfer, branchless banking. So anybody who has simply a wallet or has access to a retail agent can get his or her remittances in Pakistan. The marketing schemes, which was lucky draws, giveaways, guaranteed value gifts, etc. There are community engagements regularly for the Pakistani community abroad. So Eid gatherings, national celebration days, sports event, Pakistani love cricket, and the recent T20 that was being held. So in most of the GCC countries, Pakistani banks, wherever there was a match of Pakistan, there were events in the labor camps. So we have dedicated PRI and banks call centers for complaint resolution, and we have a Soni Dharti remittance program whereby each remittance that one sends to Pakistan is rewarded with a point, 1 rupee, and they can redeem those points and get the services. These are the categories through which Pakistanis can earn points. Anybody who sends Pakistan money is automatically enrolled in a green category if they wish to. So it's 1% for each remittance that they send. And if they are sending, for example, more than 50,000 remittance to Pakistan in a year, their category changes to 1.75%. So these categories are on annual basis. Next year, again, everybody goes back to green. And if it qualifies, it can reach as high as diamond category of 10%. At the moment, all these points can be redeemed. And all this Soni Dharti remittance program is digital. It's app-based, no paper, nothing. It's all digital. Any remitter sitting anywhere in the world can become part of this app and can redeem all these services digitally, from immigration registration, passport office, mobile phone duty payments, import vehicle duty payments, school fee of OPF, PI international tickets, life, insurance of Takaful premium payments, and utility store payments, separate counters for priority clearance at airport. At airport, there's one counter which is called National Remittance Loyalty Program. That was the prior name of the Soni Dharti remittance program. So there are priority counters for these app holders. And we are going to enhance this scheme, and I will show you in the next slide. What also have a consumer education, because most of the workers, most of the Pakistanis that go outside are largely workers, and most of them, bulk of them, goes to the Middle East. So we need consumer education and awareness. So for that, we have a pre-departure briefing programs at all rate of immigration offices throughout Pakistan, from Karachi to Malakand. And each day, throughout the year, each protectorate of immigration office, there is one Pakistani bank goes there and educates Pakistani outgoing workers. And there is a rotation schedule, and at present, 13 top remittance sending banks are part of this initiative. We have a mandatory account opening for outgoing workers. Orientation sessions are regularly held for the community welfare and commercial attaches of different departments in the various embassies and consulates abroad. We have regular awareness webinar sessions with the help of Pakistan embassies and consultants. This, because of the COVID, this Zoom facility is serving us well. Earlier, we didn't think of this thing, but COVID has, thanks to COVID, now the Zoom facility and the global webinars are a common that we do. We have individual media campaigns by domestic and international FIs, and there are placement of marketing officer by top Pakistani banks. Top 6-7 Pakistani banks have dedicated remittance officers on their payroll, which serve in overseas jurisdictions. So this is a pre-departure briefing we started this year. It was the inaugural session with the top 12 banks, and then we added 13th bank as well. These are the that we do in each protectorate of immigration office. And you can see, look at the photos and see the workers that go and the benefits that we enjoy here sitting in this room, for example. These are the events that usually take place with the Pakistani community. There are separate events for the workers. There are separate events for the white-collar Pakistani community, especially on the national days. These photos are from the 14th August last year at Dubai. These are the regular labor camp activities that Pakistani banks do, especially in GCC. And they go day in, day out in each labor camp so that they create awareness for sending remittances through formal channels. This is the social media that Pakistani financial institutions use for dissemination of awareness, of schemes, of incentives, of information for the remittances. We also run campaigns against Hundi Hawala. This is a State Bank's campaign that we regularly run, and we also ask Pakistani banks to run the anti-Hawala campaigns. Important upcoming things that are coming. We have resumed annual Pakistan Remittance Summit and introduced PRI Awards. We are working at State Bank for a national lucky draw, like a net point scheme. We are working on a national lucky draw scheme. We will inshallah be aiding one bill and pay park in Soni Dharti remittance app. So once one bill and pay park is part of the Soni Dharti app, then Pakistani will be able to use their app for the of 100 billers and 20,000 plus merchants. Dedicated social media handles are being planned at the PRI State Bank level. And then this will be the most important initiative, Soni Dharti remittance account on the pattern of Roshan digital account. The difference will be this will be non-repatriable PKR account, and various benefits will be added into this, and especially this will be the lifestyle account largely for the workers, and that the objective will be to create stickiness in terms of once you provide financing to the remittance users and give them saving products and so on, then they will keep sending you money through the formal channels. So this will be the major initiative going forward. Our achievement, everybody sitting in this room's achievements are these. It's always straight line upwards, except for the last year of the reasons we are well known. So it has been a positive trajectory of remittances all along. And inshallah ta'ala, going forward again, the things have stabilized, exchange rate has stabilized. Pakistani diaspora, Pakistani workers are going in large numbers. Government is keen. We have increased our incentives. There's more focus. So going forward, inshallah, we will break this once downward trend and will go back again. In terms of comparative performances of us with our peer countries, on a 10-year, 11-year basis, we have the largest cumulative average growth rate vis-a-vis India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Philippines. So we have almost double the rate of the other countries. And this is perhaps because of the consistent efforts of Government of Pakistan, State Bank of Pakistan, and the financial industry that works with us. In terms of coming to the Islamic banking institutions, the situation here is slightly different. In terms of total remittances in Pakistan, there are various numbers, 27 billion, 31 billion, 29 billion, and so on. The share of Islamic banks, this number is for the 5 top Islamic banks, not the Islamic banking branches, but branches are generally 30% of the total Islamic banking portfolio. So even if we aid the IBIs, which is not, we will be unable to distinguish or segregate, but even if we add it theoretically, the share of Islamic banks in remittance is quite low, not more than, for example, 9%, 10%, add 2% here, so 10% and 10% and so on. While otherwise, the market of Islamic Sun is around 20 to 22%. So in terms of working for the remittance, Islamic banks' performance is not as equal to the other banks. One of the reasons could be because the remittance per se is a Sharia compliant business, because the two acts or two contracts on this work is the bay saraf and the ujra. So it's a fee and it's a currency, spot currency exchange. So both these contracts that the conventional banks do or the Islamic bank can do are per se Sharia Islamic. So therefore, perhaps the differentiating factor has not been. But still, you have the brand of a Islamic bank, and if you provide all other ecosystem, the financing and other depository services to your customers, then you can cater to the faith sensitive segment as well. So the share of Islamic banks, especially, has a lot of potential to increase in terms of catering to the remittance business of Pakistan. What we expect, especially from Islamic banking institutions, you can easily enhance your market share by 10 to 15%. This is a low-hanging fruit for you. Your share is quite low. Market is tough, we understand. Islamic banks, you can leverage your brand to further enhance home remittances for Pakistan. You should enhance your marketing and outreach activities, offer competitive, better exchange rate. You can incorporate as an EMI or pursue a white label partner solution in overseas jurisdiction, whereby all these incentives that Pakistan offers will go to you. And in two of the banks which are in Pakistan, AlBaraka and the Dubai Islamic Bank, you have global outreach. You can use your international presence and send remittance to Pakistan. Customers to open bank accounts so that they remain sticky with you. And the API connectivity for real-time transfers is now must, because if it is in there, as I told you in the initial example, Pakistan is way ahead in terms of real-time transfer. So any Islamic bank which wants to start remittance to have a right technology to enter into this business. These are the contact details of PRI, call center, website, complaints. You can share it with your customers. They can send complaints here. Thank you from my side.
Thank you, Mr. Zulfikar, for your insightful introduction into PRI and an in-depth understanding of its role in remittances. Like our next keynote speaker, Dr. Mufti Irshad Ahmed Ijaz. Dr. Mufti Irshad Ahmed Ijaz has obtained his he currently holds an advisory role in many of national and international organizations and financial institutions. He is a visiting faculty in many, including National Institute of Banking and Finance, State Bank of Pakistan, Center for Islamic Economics, and he is actively involved in providing consultation for the development of policies and regulations for regulatory authorities and different Islamic financial institutions. Please welcome Dr. Mufti Irshad.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulihil kareem wa ala alihi wa sahbihi. Distinguished guest and the management of AlBaraka regional conferences. Most of the topics I would say that have been covered by His Excellency Sheikh Yusuf Khalawi and His Excellency Dr. Ishrat Saab. I just want to focus on 2 or 3 points. The important thing and the experience that we are now going through is the decision of Federal Sharia Court for conversion. Conversion of the government, more than, if I say, 40 years of the Islamic banking history in Pakistan, starting from the time of President Ziaul-Haq, when he introduced PLS system in Pakistan, and later on the second generation in 1993 came to Pakistan, and later on in third generation State Bank of Pakistan started licensing Islamic banking industry. And now we are entering in a fourth generation of conversion, whole economy or the banks. So this is a very important era that we are going through, and especially from the perspective of conversion of the whole economy. Institutional conversions are there, partial conversions are there. Now in countries like Bahrain and Gulf, banks are starting conversions. But converting the whole economy and how can we kind of design of the economy should be, these are I think one of the important challenges for which we are not fully prepared. We need diversified efforts for that, and especially from academic side, from multiple study side. 2 or 3 years back, I was having a session with one of my I would say colleague from IM Sciences Peshawar. He was conducting a research on behavior of Islamic banks and behavior of boards and behavior of so I said these topics are important. People are working on it. Conversion, converting the product or mimicking the product. These type of the researches are very common, you know. But I said that we need some other type of researches also. When we start converting the design of monetary policy, how can we run the country, fiscal management, and also the foreign debt. We are among the countries which have highly leveraged countries. Most of the bank deposits are going to fuel the country's debt, like the United States, as Sheikh Yusuf Khalabi mentioned. So I said that these are important topics. We should start research on these things. Because when we start conversion, and I say that if you do not believe in Islamic banking system of this system, we should introduce another system. So for each and every system, you need some type of research. So I think this is the time for starting the research in Islamic institution, in conventional institution, in economic and research departments of multiple universities, and also to give the thought of paradigm shift, not only the conversion of existing product. This is the first stage. I don't say that these are wrong steps, but these are not sufficient for the country. So this is the first thing for conversion we need. And we have seen very good growth in conversion and very good example in Pakistan of Faisal Bank. Another bank, Bank Makrama is undergoing a conversion or change. But the problem they have faced, now they are, as I heard, that they are preparing a case study, probably LUMS, Lahore University of Management Science. So people from outside are watching how conversion are taking place, and especially the whole conversion of whole economy. These are very important issues. I think we should focus on it. This is the first point, and emphasize on it. Second very important topic, in Pakistan especially, we see the focus of the conversion on banking side only. But when we go through the other, the capital market or insurance scheme, so all of you must be aware of the poor situation of this side. So we need comprehensive, and we say that we are not successful if we convert the banking system only. The Kafal side left, people from the Kafal are also there, they will in some other sessions. So in capital market also, and very strange thing, I think almost 40 years when I was a student, I'm seeing that people are introducing different type of Ponzi scheme after every 5 years. And nowadays they are starting, I have seen a Ponzi scheme that introduced in market, that Amazon introduced a scheme of investment in which if you invest $10, you will get $2. And they send me on WhatsApp and they say, Mufti Sahab, what do you think, this is permissible or not? I said, permissibility, the next question. The first question, is it really Amazon collecting $10, $5, and so they basically what they have done. They have developed a user interface on different apps, and they are taking money from. And these are hundred of Ponzi scheme in the name of cryptocurrencies, in the name of digital marketing, in the name of mudarba, in the name of motorcycle finance, in the name of collective Hajj and Umrah scheme, many things. Almost I received a query about these type of. That means in a year, these are at least 52 Ponzi schemes. So this is the very big issue of public awareness, and especially in investment side of capital market. So we need the culture of saving, culture of secured investment. I mean, secured investment, protected investment, regulated sector, our capital market schemes, takaful scheme, investments scheme, and similarly of capital market like mercantile exchange. So we are not seeing the proper growth of mercantile exchange in Pakistan. I think this is a very important segment for which we need emphasize on that. Collective efforts, collaboration between central bank, capital market, I mean Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. This is very important. And the third point that is very important from current situation of Pakistan and looking at the population, looking at the dispersion and population, instead of onboarding, digital onboarding, I think this is very important. And we don't have proper online payment system. In Pakistan, we have multiple payment system, singular payment system, collective payment system. So we need some focus on digital onboarding. And I was talking with one of the Takaful representative. So he said, digital onboarding is very poor in Pakistan. And those who are working on physical onboarding, they are happy with it. Probably, we don't know what is the reason. Probably the commission is the reason. So this is very important from now. And I also receive multiple queries about cryptocurrencies every week. And you know, Pakistanis are one of the big investors in cryptocurrencies. And still they are investing. So I think the area that we need immediate legislation or immediate attention from these regulatory authorities. And very interesting thing, one I remember some months back, a person approached me on WhatsApp and says permissible scheme. He was paying around 15 lakh rupee, 1.5 million, and they are getting 15,000 rupees per month. So I said, this is a fraud scheme, and this is not a viable scheme. He replied, very interesting reply, Mufti Sahab, at least 15,000 is working for me for 1 month. So let me see, when the fraud happens, I will manage. So they know that we are in a fraud, but this is we know that in withdrawal probability. So they think that before the fraud starts, we will withdraw our amount. Everyone thinks so. So I think for digital onboarding and awareness, this is another very important issue in Pakistan. And another point is, as mentioned by our respectable speaker, Zulfikar Khokarsa, we have Islamic banks on board for this remittance schemes. Russian digital scheme, probably Islamic banks, Mizan Bank and Faisal Bank are among the prominent player of this system. So Russian digital system and every product that has a conventional bank can offer, Islamic bank, most of the products they can offer. It does not mean I'm supporting the mimicking and the same, but I think at least our product program and our offers at least should cover more than 90% of the services before we shift the whole system or we convert the whole system. So all these products are available. I think if Islamic banks work on this, it will be very helpful. And also, I think the remittance program, Roshan Digital or Sohni Dharti program, can also be used for investment scheme, for takaful. And especially in Pakistan, we know that takaful or health services are very poor in Pakistan. There is a program introduced in last government, health card. I think these type of programs are very important here. And one of my colleague who is working in Karachi, and he told me an interesting thing. He said that people from my region, I mean Quetta and Ziyarat and Baluchistan, they come to Karachi because of illness and because of low health facilities in their region. And they say what they say, they fall in the rank of medical representative. And he said that they generally give them almost this size of the shoppers or bags full of medicine. And they say, because you cannot come every week, so please take. And I have seen myself, the price of the medicine was around 35,000 rupees, very poor guy. He's buying this quantity. So he said that we have established something association, and we approach everyone who comes here. We ask them to approach us before they these type of medical facilities providers, or what we call it. So I think if we focus on digitalization of takaful and health, it will help a lot, inshallah. Last point that I want to hear our respected Dr. Ishra Saab and Yusuf Khalavi Saab has mentioned, that we are now in a phase of conversion of economy and presenting the product that is that fulfill our existing requirements. But at least we now should start thinking on what kind of paradigm changes are required in system. Obviously, there is a problem of high debt, because the debt economy, nowadays we are in a debt economy. So will the Islamic economy in after 50 years run on the same path, or should there be some changes? I think this is the task. This task cannot be achieved only by Islamic banks, capital markets, universities, research institution. They should work on it. What kind of design should we require? Suppose if we convert the Pakistan in not in 20,000, but in, for example, 2040, what will be the design? So I think we should start these type of researches, and we have done a lot for conversion of the products, similar products, but we need some research on these problems. Point, our respected Dr. Ishra Saab has written a very interesting book, the managing of ungovernable, something like that. I think one of the biggest problem in Pakistan and in countries is not only economic, it is a governance problem and the management problem also. So I think we should introduce this culture of governance, culture of management, culture of following of abidance by law. So if we promote it, probably we will achieve some targets in coming 25 or 50 years. So these are all about from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Mufti Shad Ahmed Ijaz. Our next speaker is Dr. Ahmed Kawisa Sengendo, Assistant Secretary General for Economic Affairs of Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Please put your hands together to welcome him.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Excellencies, my brother Yusuf Hassan, Secretary General of AlBaraka Forum for Islamic Economy, Your Excellency Mr. Jamal Ahmad, Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, his representative, distinguished CEOs in your respective capacities, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's a great honor for me to be here with my colleague Jahangir Kasanov from the OIC General Secretariat. First, let me express my gratitude for inviting me to speak at this distinguished August body under the theme Empowering OIC Nations, Unveiling the Crucial Role of Home Remittances in Pakistan. At this stage, I must say, I have learned a lot from the distinguished scholars who have spoken before me. I didn't know much about this subject as it relates to Pakistan, but clearly Pakistan is making a lot of efforts and the benefits that have so far accrued to Pakistan are obvious. But on the global scene within the OIC family, the population of the OIC countries is currently 1.9 billion and is estimated to reach 2.9 billion by 2050. The average population growth rate in the OIC of 1.7% per annum is considered among the highest in the world, given that the world average is only 0.8% per annum. Even when we take the average population growth of other developing countries of 1.4 per annum, that of the OIC remains high. Most of the countries in the OIC region have very young populations with a median age of 23.7 years compared to the world average of 30.2 years. In some OIC countries, the proportion of the population below 25 years is as high as 68%. This population dividend prevailing in most can be a great opportunity and resource for socio-economic development of our countries if properly and effectively harnessed. On the other hand, this high population growth can lead to an increase in the unplanned labor force, which in turn can contribute to a high rate of unemployment and hinder economic social development. Some developing countries across the world with excess labor force and high levels of unemployment have enacted policies to encourage temporary labor force movement, institutionalized labor export mechanisms, established regulatory frameworks, and undertaken bilateral initiatives to enhance labor exports. Trade in labor has the direct effect on the economies of the receiving countries through supplies of charge on the economies of exporting countries through remittances. As this event discusses the role of remittances in promoting socio-economic development in OIC member countries with specific focus on Pakistan, it should be emphasized that remittances represent constant flow of currency with tremendous impact in local communities and national economies. Every day, millions of families around the world visit their post offices, banks, and money transfer operators to collect money sent to them who is working abroad. These remittances are often what allows them to send their children to school, make home improvements, set up small businesses, or simply meet the basic necessities of life. The remittances not only support families, they also help entire countries develop and eradicate poverty and fiscal deficits. Various researches suggest that families who receive remittances have changed their decision-making capacity as compared to the families who do not receive remittances. The remittances have strengthened the desire of these people to improve their nutritional level purchase new clothes, focus on education, acquire pieces of land, or construct a house, and generally improve their economic and social status. Therefore, many developing countries now have more and more attention in their development strategies to remittances flows as an important financial source to boost economic development, especially in depressed areas where economic conditions force people to migrate. According to the OIC Statistics Outlook, Remittance Flows and Costs in OIC Countries, which was published by SHESRIC in 2022, the total remittances received by all developing countries increased from US dollars 253.1 billion in 2005 to US dollars 56 billion in 2019, but slightly dropped to US dollars 651 billion in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic-related cuts in job opportunities. Indications are that informal and domestic remittances surpass even the gigantic formal amounts in some countries. In the context of the OIC, inflows of remittances to OIC countries increased from US dollars 60.1 billion in 2005 to US dollars 162.6 billion in 2019, with a slight fall to US dollars 161 billion in 2020. The share of OIC countries as a group increased in the total global remittances received from 23.7% and 5.7% in 2020, meaning that almost a quarter of the remittances globally were coming to our countries. It should be emphasized that in recent years, remittances have consistently surpassed other finance, including overseas development assistance, ODA, foreign direct investment, FDI, and portfolio investments, to become the largest consistent source of external inflows in many developing countries. Available data shows that the value received by the OIC countries as a group has surpassed the inward FDI flows and disbursements of ODA to OIC countries since 2013. Particularly, as of 2020, US dollars 161 billion worth of remittances were received by the OIC countries group in comparison with FDI inflows worth only 100 billion and ODA disbursements of only 74 billion US dollars. These remittances are particularly important for low and middle income OIC countries where they amounted to nearly 20% of their gross domestic product. The above mentioned publication indicates that at the individual country level, the remittances received as a percentage of GDP in countries were over 5% in 2020, particularly two OIC countries, namely Kyrgyz Republic, 31.3%, and Tajikistan, 26.7%, were among the countries in terms of the share of remittances received as a percentage of GDP in 2020. They were followed by Somalia, 24.9%, Gambia, 22.3%, Lebanon, 20.9%, Comoros, 18.9%, Palestine, 17%, Uzbekistan, 11.6%, Senegal, 10.4%, and Pakistan, about 10%. The remittances have helped these countries to adjust to external and macroeconomic policy shocks, thereby reducing growth volatilities. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, as everyone attending this event may be aware, transaction costs have a large effect on remittance receipts. When official transaction costs are high, migrant workers opt to send remittances through where transaction costs are low. In this regard, the Sustainable Development Goals set a target of reducing the average transaction costs of migrant remittances to less than 3% by 2030. To this end, the above-mentioned OIC statistical outlook found that the global average cost of sending remittances to a receiving country as a proportion of total amount remitted decreased by 3% from 9.3% in 2011 to 6.3% in 2022. And this is high. With regard to the cost of sending remittances to the IC countries as a group, this figure decreased from 6.9% in 2011 to 4.9% in 2021. So our people abroad are still spending close to 5% of their money on remittance costs, which is still high. Remittances paid by the OIC countries to abroad, including other OIC countries, showed a rapid increase from US $37.4 billion in 2005 to US $113 billion in 2014, which then decreased to US $97.4 billion in 2020 due to the COVID pandemic. The share of the OIC countries group in the remittance paid globally decreased from 28.9% in 22.7% in 2020. Accordingly, the OIC countries as a group accounted for near a quarter of the global inward and outward remittances. When the performances of individual OIC countries are examined, were among the 10 largest remittance provider countries globally. Specifically, in 2020, US $34.6 billion worth of remittances originated from Saudi Arabia, which came after the USA at US $70 billion. In other words, USA was number one, Saudi Arabia followed. Moreover, Kuwait was ranked 6th globally with US $17.4 billion remittance payments and came after China at 18.1 billion. With the big players, you'll find that we are not very far from them. These two IC countries were followed by Qatar, Malaysia, Oman, Indonesia, Lebanon, Kazakhstan, Turkey, and Azerbaijan. Overall, the remittances paid by these 10 OIC countries constituted around 95% of the total remittances paid by the OIC countries group in 2020. So just 10 countries accounted for about 95% of the remittances. Distinguished participants, in view of the foregoing, the key question with remittances is how can we maximize their development impact? How can the great efforts being made by migrant workers and expatriates have the highest impact possible on the development of our countries? What can we do to ensure that remittances are more secure and less costly so that they achieve their intended purpose? Those are questions for those of you in the financial sector. As some OIC countries are among the largest beneficiaries, as well as the largest providers of remittances sent globally, there is a need for collective efforts to reduce the transaction costs of sending and receiving remittances. In this connection, the OIC countries may consider introducing alternative transaction, particularly by encouraging private and public sectors to invest more in fintech applications and blockchain technologies for sending and receiving remittances with affordable costs and favorable terms. Reducing these costs from the current average of 3%, to 3% would translate into huge savings of billions of dollars annually for migrants, their relatives, and countries of origin. It is worth mentioning that the OIC member states, future countries that export labor force and receive foreign labor force, we are both, We export and we also receive. In view of this, the OIC framework for cooperation on labor, employment, and social protection, OIC labor market strategy, and other OIC initiatives in the domain of labor, employment, and social protection have identified migrant and foreign contract labor as one of the priority areas of cooperation among the OIC member states. Accordingly, efforts should be intensified towards the effection of the OIC initiatives in this domain. There are serious initiatives in this domain, but we don't share them enough. We don't implement them enough. So we keep going round in circles. I think we need to do better, to do our strategies very well. Further, the 16th meeting of the central banks and monetary authorities of the OIC member states, which was held in Antalya, Turkey on 23rd, 25th September 2018, underscored the importance of enhancing technical cooperation between the central banks and monetary authorities of the OIC member states with an objective of strengthening their institutional capacities. From this end, building integrated messaging and information exchange systems similar to the SWIFT model among the banks of OIC member states could be a viable payment network for cross-border transactions. In a similar way, the 49th session of the Council of Foreign Ministers of the OIC, which was held in Nouakchott, Islamic Republic on 16th-17th March 2023, called for the establishment of an OIC framework on Islamic fintech aimed at boosting the development of Islamic fintech and promoting financial inclusion in the OIC member states. Islamic fintech can better serve and protect migrant workers' interests since it will adhere to Sharia rules. Again, those of you in the financial sector, you need to study this and see what you can do to help us build fintech. Against this background, it is my belief that today's event is an excellent occasion to discuss, based on the experiences of Pakistan, the ways to maximize the development impact of remittances. Given the size of remittances flow, progress we make will have an enormous value. Before I conclude my remarks, I wish to raise an issue that relates to migrant workers, even as we acknowledge and celebrate the contribution their remittances make to the development of their respective countries of origin. We need to ask the hard questions as well, such as, why do people leave their countries? In the case of Pakistan, we have seen some organized method of some of the labor forces, but that doesn't explain it all. What type of people are more likely to migrate? That's another question. Is it the low skilled or the high skilled? Okay. Where do they go and why there? You know, if they go to some place, why do they go to those particular places and not others? How do they leave their countries? Is it an organized way with their governments involved in this manpower export, or random or forced migration? You know, in the case of Pakistan, we have seen some distinguished present showing the involvement of the government, which is very good. But I also know that, that in the recent past, we have a lot of labor coming from Africa, you know, and I know for sure most of that is not organized, you know. It's just age of the poor people to make money. Others are just drowning in the Mediterranean Sea. You see every day people drowning and drowning, and you ask yourself, is this what we really want? You know, or is there a better way we could do it? what are the working conditions these migrants endure before they can earn and send remittances? Some of these conditions are subhuman. But if the governments are involved and negotiate and have protection measures, it becomes better. But I also know that bilateral relationship has not taken, negotiations have not taken place. The migrant laborers suffer a lot. And the other question is, of all the professional migrant workers who leave our countries, how many actually eventually return? Okay, how many eventually actually return? See, our distinguished Professor Islat Hussein has just been talking about brain drain and proposing the brain circulation concept, which I totally agree with. But I also know the brain drain is still one of the factors contributing to the slow growth of our countries. Many of our best scientists, doctors, engineers, economists, planners, lawyers, name it, left our countries and are helping other countries build their economies. Skilled and unskilled labor go there to work as the same skilled. The value of the remittances they send back home is far less than the value they would add to the socio-economic development of their countries if they had stayed. That's my contention here. You know, yes, they can go and saturate, but we need to have a strategy of them coming back, you know. And if the going is not organized, it's not planned, it's not a strategy, then their coming back is less likely. So what do we need? We need the brain circulation, totally agree, but this has to be planned, managed, and effectively coordinated. After all, in the era of science and technology and information age, brain saturation is no longer an option. We must take. But if we are going to benefit maximally from it, we need to plan it, coordinate it, and make sure that these people return with the knowledge and skills they have acquired in their countries. And I know this is possible because according to our own in Pakistan, Professor Atar Rahman, he said that in between 2000 and 2008, Pakistan experienced a brain gain. You know, many great scientists, Pakistan scientists returned and were given sufficient resources to do their research in excellent laboratories that were built and equipped. There was a plan that worked and Pakistan experienced a brain gain. You know, many people came back and contributed significantly to the development of their country. Learn from this experience because sustained development of our countries can only happen if we are able to identify, develop, motivate, and retain our talented human resources. You know, identify and motivate and retain our talented forces, human resources, who are imbued with Islamic values, the understanding that they have to serve without expecting to be served in return. And in the fullness of time, we have no doubt that Islamic models of finance will grow and provide humanity with a fair, sustainable, resilient financial system that leaves no one behind. And with those remarks, I would like to thank the organizers again for inviting me in this very, very great learning experience for me. And we believe that as the population grows all over the world, exchange of labor will continue to happen. There's no doubt about that. But if we plan it and export more skilled labor, we'll be able to remit better amounts. And as our people get back in a planned, coordinated way, and they have soft landing when they come back, we'll be able to rebuild our countries and our economies on the basis of Islamic economics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kawisa. I would now like to invite Sheikh Yusuf Khalawi on stage to present and to honor our partners. I would now like to invite AlBaraka Bank Pakistan Limited, Mr. Muhammad Atif Hanif on stage to receive the token of appreciation. Thank you. May I invite Dr. Ishrat Hussain on stage to receive a token of appreciation from Sheikh Yusuf Khalawi. Thank you. Mr. Zulfikar Ali Khokar. Dr. Mufti Irshad Ahmed Ijaz, if you can please also join us. Dr. Ahmed Kawisa Sengendo, please join us for your token of appreciation. Mr. Khokar, please remain on stage for the group photo. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. We will now play a video and then we have a 10-minute convene back in the hall at 11:40 for our first session. Please, you can have a 10 minutes break and also watch the video.
الأذرع للاقتصاد الإسلامي وإنما للاقتصاد الإسلامي. أسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يسخر من يستطيع أن يخرج من آيات القرآن الكريم ومن أحاديث النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم ومن التراث الفقهي ما يتلائم مع هذا العصر ويؤدي إلى التنمية الدائمة والعمالة الكاملة.
Since 1981, Origin, Sheikh Saleh Kamel, founded AlBaraka Symposium, is the world's first platform to build capacities that benefit Islamic economy and finance. 2020, Transformation. Sheikh Saleh Kamel has been working since 2020 to transform AlBaraka Symposium into a globally recognized think tank institution that actively contributes to the world of economics. Vision, global leadership on Islamic economy. Strategic objectives, establish a global dialogue platform to discuss the topics of Islamic economy. AlBaraka Summits. AlBaraka Symposium, AlBaraka Regional Conferences Series, Islamic Economy Around the World. Stimulate and provide the necessary materials to build new generations of young experts. Saleh Kamel Islamic Economy Award. Hosting researcher, 4th AlBaraka Symposium. Enrich the research stock of Islamic economy and provide practical tools for its application. Saleh Kamel Islamic Economy Database. Islamic and Economics Reports and Researches. AlBaraka Publications. Hold partnerships and alliances with to disseminate the thought of Islamic economy and its application. Global impact. AlBaraka Forum for Islamic Economy had a significant impact and served as an active engine in the global scene of the Islamic economy individually in the capacity of the Islamic economy to achieve and improve the goals of sustainable development through its various financing mechanisms and tools, which in turn reflects on all forms of social, economic, and human development, among others. In addition, the spread and expansion in promoting the economy and Islamic finance in its different aspects, as well as its standing and function in the challenges and current issues in many international platforms.
AlBaraka İslami Finans Vakfı'nın bu alandaki fikri ve teorik zeminin zenginleşmesine katkı sağlayacağına inanıyorum. Dünyadan önde gelen akademisyen, yatırımcı, bankacı ve araştırmacıları bir araya getirecek İslam'e Nisan ayında İstanbul'da ev sahipliği yapmaktan memnuniyet duyacağız. Zirveye İslami Bankalar ve Finansal Kurumlar Genel Konseyi, İslam Kalkınma Bankası ile İslam İşbirliği Teşkilatı'nın gereken desteği vermesini bekliyoruz.
If you do not add anything new to the world, you will not leave an impact therein. Sheikh Saleh Abdullah Kamel, founder of AlBaraka Forum for Islamic Economy, pioneer of Islamic banking in the Arab and international world.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you all to be seated. We're about to begin our first session. We're going to be beginning our first session on Islamic financial institutions and their role in economic integration in Pakistan. The session is Mr. Muhammad Islam Ahmed. Mr. Muhammad Islam, if you're in the room, kindly join us on stage. I would like to introduce the chairperson for the session. Mr. Muhammad Islam is the founder and CEO of Al-Naseh Joint Director, Head Policy Division, Islamic Banking Department, State Bank of Pakistan. He has over 30 years diversified experience of working in various departments of State Bank of Pakistan pertaining to banking supervision, inspection, Sharia compliant inspection, banking policy and development finance. He was working as a team leader, Islamic banking policy at SBP, one of the key projects in development of a separate legal framework for Islamic banking institutions in Pakistan. On this panel with him, we have Dr. Salman Ahmed Sheikh. Kindly join us on stage. Faisal Sheikh, I would also request you to join us on stage. We have Mr. Ahmed Ali Siddiqui. Please join us on stage. And Mr. Rizwan Hussain, please join us on stage as well. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Assalatu wassalamu alayka sayyidil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Muhammad Islam Ahmed, Senior Joint Director, Islamic Banking Department, State Bank of Pakistan. My introduction has already been taken by my colleague. It is a pleasure to hear today in the prestigious international conference and to conduct the first panel session. First of all, I would like to thanks and extend my appreciation to the AlBaraka Group and Islamic Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture on this comment jointly arranging this second AlBaraka Regional Conference under the theme Empowering OIC Nations, Unveiling the Crucial Role of Home Remittances in Pakistan, today on January 29, 2024 at Marriott Hotel, Karachi. This event is bringing together influential leaders in various areas of economy and Islamic finance and providing them a platform to share their expert ideas and to deliberate issues on the subjective contents of this event. This event and profound effects of the remittance inflow on economic growth. The first important topic, the other first important topic that we are going to discuss is the Islamic financial institutions and their role in economic integration in Pakistan. So I would first of all, I would like to introduce my panelist. First of all, Dr. Salman Ahmed Sheikh, who is the PhD in economics from National University of Malaysia. He did a master in economics from the Institute of Business Administration. Currently, he is working as an assistant professor in the Department of Management Science at Zabist, Karachi. He is published author with 36 peer-reviewed index research papers, most of which have been published in Web of Science, Scopus or ABDC ranked journals. Corporate career, he has also worked for Mizan Bank, BMC Pakistan and Bankers Academy, USA. Secondly, I would like to introduce Mr. Faisal Sheikh, who is graduate from the IBA as well, Karachi. He has 18 years of field of Sharia structuring and Sharia compliant product development. Prior to joining Faisal Bank, he was associated with the Bank Islamic and Mizan Bank. He has been instrumental in the development of various pioneering Islamic corporate consumer banking products. He also full transformation of Faisal Bank into full-fledged Islamic bank. On the third seat of my left side is Mr. Ahmed Ali Siddiqui, who is the very renowned and well-known person in the Islamic banking and finance, not as well as internationally. He has 21 years of rich experience and is being involved in pioneering work in the field of Islamic finance in Pakistan. His major areas of interest are Sharia compliant product development, sovereign sukuk and deal structuring, development of innovative solutions, and consumer banking, formulation of policy guidelines, Islamic banking trainings, Sharia audit application, research in Islamic financial advisory services. He also holds the post of Senior Executive Vice President and Head Sharia Compliant Department at Mizan Bank. Largest research departments in the Islamic banking world with over 55 dedicated team members. He is also the Secretary of the Sharia Board at Mizan Bank Limited. He is also the Director in Islamic Banking IBA, SIF Karachi. Lastly, the Managing Director and CEO of Salam Takaful Limited, Mr. Rizwan Hussain, is possessing an inaccumulated experience of more than 30 years in a wide range of various leadership roles in local and foreign insurance enterprises, from the initial responsibilities and successes in product innovation and business network form accumulation. He reached towering heights of accomplishments through his style of work and was soon given the resign of multiple departments quite early. He assumed the role of MD and CEO of Salam Takaful Limited in the year 2018. And since day one, Mr. Rizwan has kept his focus to grow, adopt, and innovate within the industry to define the future of insurance and Takaful. The selective content of my first discussion, which is Islamic financial institution and their role in economic integration in Pakistan. Our Islamic economic, and we will talk inshallah about the Islamic economic integration as a system beyond the Islamic finance and Islamic banking. Secondly, the importance of the Islamic finance solutions in enhancing the economic performance and achieving the social accessibility, inclusion, and welfare. Thirdly, we will discuss inshallah about the central bank's roles and obligations, empowering the Islamic economics of profitable and fourth, we will discuss banks, startup, investment companies, takaful companies, and financing agencies' roles in opening new horizon in elevating the economic performance nationally, internationally. Lastly, we will discuss, inshallah, about the innovation in finance and Islamic development. First of all, my question is with Mr. Dr. Salman Ahmed Sheikh regarding the economic principle. How can Islamic economic principle be applied to foster economic integration among Muslim majority macroeconomics level? And what role can Islamic economic integration play in promoting their economic stability and sustainable development? It is over to Dr. Salman Sheikh sir.
All right. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, thanks to AlBaraka Forum and Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development for arranging this prestigious conference and forum. Thank you for the question. It's a very important question. If we look at the OIC member countries, we have 50 plus members, and it is one of the largest trading bloc. Is it the most integrated trading bloc? It's not the case. If you look at ASEAN, if you look at NAFTA, if you look at European Union, they are much more well economically integrated as compared to the OIC trading bloc. Part of the reason is politics, political economy, conflicts, but the major reason is that we have lots of diverse countries. We have on one hand Qatar, which has a per capita income touching $100,000, and then we have a lot of OIC member countries in sub-Saharan Africa where the per capita income is less than $1,000. Banking that we know is mostly targeting the rich individuals, the affluent people, and the rich upper middle income class people and corporations. Islamic banking wants to change that, and Islamic banking promises to change that. If we look at the role that we can see that Islamic finance and banking has products for trade finance, ijara financing, diminishing musharaka financing, salam financing, istisna financing. So we have all the tools in the toolbox to facilitate trade finance among the OIC member countries. And then we a lot of variety of product structures in the sukuk segment, which can be used for sovereign sukuk finance and also for financing the developer infrastructure, especially in the construction of developer infrastructure like export processing zones or ports, dry ports, seaports, industrial parks. And we are now seeing that the share of Islamic finance in the sukuk segment is also increasing. We also require government support to provide tax neutrality to Islamic finance transaction where it is not already applied. And we also need government to transfer and fiscal policies. The more they use Islamic finance instrument to devise their monetary policy and to generate public finance, the more will be liquidity for Islamic financial institution, and this will improve the efficiency and competitiveness of Islamic banking sector. Another point of interest regarding economic integration is that we can learn from each other as well. Like, for instance, we see that Malaysia and Indonesia, they are experts in social finance. We have Indonesia introducing waqf-linked sukuk. We have Pakistan, which has successfully transformed banking institution into a full-fledged Islamic banking institution. Then we have Malaysia, which is leading its way in developing exclusive Islamic benchmark rate. So we need to leverage all these expertise and resources as well. And lastly, I think that we see that financing arrangement is done between countries in bilateral financing and also in multilateral financing. We need to use Islamic financing modes in that. We talk a lot about the formal sector and the capital market instruments, but when there is financing arrangement between countries, OIC member countries, Pakistan also gets countries. So in those bilateral contracts, in those multilateral financing arrangements, Islamic financing modes also need to be used. And lastly, remittances are also very important, as has been highlighted in the earlier section. We tend to think that it's no problem if we are getting remittances, but we need to see that sometimes the remittances are blocked and there is a float. There is a time period between the payment and receipt. So during that time, if we are using the conventional financing channel, the conventional bank is going to be earning interest on it. So we also need to be careful that we are utilizing the Islamic banks for our remit. No amount of interest is there in our remittances and payments and transfers. So I would conclude with these initial thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Salman. The second question is with Mr. Ahmed Ali Siddiqui regarding the solution in enhancing the economic performance and achieving the social accessibility, inclusion, and welfare. As you know that Islamic banks have much less share in access to finance, to microfinance, agriculture, SME sectors in Pakistan, whereas Islamic finance is more committed to real economy. Why is there a gap in philosophy of social accessibility, inclusion, and welfare and practices of Islamic banking institutions? Can you elaborate it, please?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. As-salatu was-salamu ala Rasulil Kareem. Thank you, Brother Islam, for this question, and thank you, the organizers, for inviting me here today. Islamic banking in Pakistan has grown to 22% in terms of the market share. And in terms of the financing share, that the share of Islamic banking is around 27% as of September 2023. And this question is often asked that still Islamic banks are more focused on the larger ticket customers like corporates. However, we have seen in the last few years, Islamic banks are now leader in consumer finance, auto finance, house finance, and products. They are yet to gain a line market share in the SME and agri sector. But one thing that we need to also understand that Islamic finance has two broader, you can say brothers, or two broader arms. One is the Islamic commercial, Islamic social finance. Islamic banks, as we speak, in like Islamic commercial banks in Pakistan, they are linked to the Islamic commercial finance segment, and they are largely the business model is to earn Sharia compliant profit, and their market segment is middle to upper class of the society. They are not geared to go for nano finance or microfinance. For that type of initiative, we have institutions of Islamic social finance like Akhuwat. So we have around 800,000 borrowers from Akhuwat. So we need to see the whole picture when we talk about Islamic finance, that yes, there are specialized institutions who are focused on Islamic microfinance, Islamic nano finance, and there are other institutions that are focused on large ticket items and maybe probably consumer finance, and to an extent SME. So we need to, these are two different specialization, and as Islamic finance is growing, we are seeing collaboration between these two entities of social finance and Islamic commercial finance. And what Islamic bank can do, for example, being the larger player in the market, we can handhold of the microfinance entities, nano finance entities, these digital banks, and we can transfer the technology in terms of the product, training, expertise, and we can even provide wholesale funding to them. And this is what happening in the market. I'll give you one example. Because I'm from Mizan, I know we have provided around 3 billion rupees to U Microfinance for their Islamic finance initiative. So we don't have the capacity to give 20,000 ticket item to a small customer through their mobile app, but they have the capacity. So what these partnership has resulted, 3 billion going to U Microfinance, and then U Microfinance is giving the 3 billion rupees to maybe 25,000 small customers who are availing now Islamic microfinance from those. So this is the area will grow in where Islamic banks and Islamic social finance entities will collaborate. In the area of SMEs, just actually in Pakistan, the overall share of SMEs is still probably 5 to 7%. And we are also struggling in the same space. And but grown, the focus has shifted towards SME and agri, and maybe in the next 5 years, even from our bank point of view, I can say that our targets are around 300% growth in these segments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mehmet Saab. As you know, that Pakistan has announced transformation and conversion of whole economy into interest-free system. My question is with the Faisal Sheikh Saab, who started before that, I think, very comprehensive decision journey of transformation. So what important or major obstacles that can be encountered along the way on the transformation process, and what necessary measures can be taken by the government and the country to implement the Federal Shariat Code decision within the timeline, that is December 2027.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Salatu wassalam ala Rasulihil Kareem wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. First of all, I would like to thank this is the first forum they have organized in Pakistan, and I hope and believe that they will, inshallah, include Pakistan in their regular calendar, inshallah ta'ala. Coming to your question, I believe after going through the Faisal Bank conversion, because I've been working with Islamic bank industry for the last, I worked for Islamic banking
complete Islamic banks for 17 years, and then the last 5 years I've been working for Faisal Bank, and we went through historic conversion. And what I learned through that conversion process is the power of Niyyah, actually, power of the Niyyah. You know, Imam Bukhari, rahimullah ta'ala, selected Innamal Amalu bin Niyyat as the first hadith of his Bukhari, Sahih Bukhari. And there is a reason behind it. Because as a human being, you have to first believe that everything, every power is with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And if you start your conversion journey with the belief that I have to convert this system or our bank into an Islamic institution because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has ordered us to do so. You know, if this is the first building block of your conversion process, everything else becomes very, very easier. You know, it becomes, you know, the word niyat. In fact, for the first 17 years of my work, this hadith, I read this hadith probably in school. But you know, the real meaning of that hadith actually I learned during the last 5 to 6 years when I was working for the conversion. So we have to first don't convert for the sake of conversion, because Federal Shariat Code has actually ordered us to convert. Convert it for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, first of all. And when you have this niyat, everything else becomes easier. And before going into the details of other obstacles, that this financial year 2023 was the first year of our operation as a full-fledged Islamic bank. And while the remittance to Pakistan declined by 12% during 2023, the remittance flow through Faisal Bank increased by 33%. And the transfer to the account, the Faisal Bank accounts, increased by 149%. So yes, we don't have any study what impact has Islamic banking on the remittance business, but the experience of Faisal Bank clearly shows that if Islam with remittance, there will be a positive impact. I don't have any empirical study at the moment, but inshallah, if this study will be done, it will be proven. Because, you know, I am a son of a expatriate Pakistani. My father spent from the era of 1977 till 1998, he was employed by Saudi Arabian Airlines in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. I did my secondary and higher secondary school from Pakistan Embassy School, now known as Pakistan International School in Jeddah. You know, when during that time, my interest in Islamic banking actually was born in Saudi Arabia, when I used to hear my father discussing with other friends. Because, you know, in Saudi Arabia, especially at that time, there was an atmosphere because of the proximity of Makkah Mukarramah and Medina al-Munawwara. People are very, very conscious about the Sharia issues. And when, especially after the Gulf War, which is also known as Operation US World, every Pakistani, or in fact Indian Muslims, were concerned that if they go back, what will be they do with their savings? Because there was no halal alternative at that time. So there is a strong relationship between, especially the remittance and the Islamic banking products. This is my point here for the session. And regarding the challenges, the first challenge is obviously awareness. Right now we are working, Ahmed Ali Saab is working with Government of Pakistan. He's leading the initiative, because the government advisors to arrange different sukuks, and I am also working for the State Bank Conversion Committee. The biggest challenge is awareness, and particularly at the government level. The government officers, they don't understand, the higher government officials who have to actually implement this decision, they still don't understand the basic Islamic banking concepts, the need for Islamic banking. And I think we have to work very, very hard and in a continuous manner to convince them and to make them aware of the Islamic banking concepts and products. And obviously, when we system, we need professionals. Still, the supply of trained professional is very, very low in the market, and we need to work on that area as well. The second most important part is the lack of legislation, actually. We have to actually, State Bank of Pakistan is working to implement and to develop supporting legislation, especially as Dr. Saab has also said, we need to give tax neutrality to all types of Islamic banking transactions. And if we resolve these two issues, I think and with the power of niyat actually, inshallah, our conversion process will be very, very easier.
Thank you, Faisal Sheikh Saab. The next question is with Mr. Rizwan Hussain Saab. How can banks, setups, investment companies, takaful companies, and other financial institutions collaborate to create a synergistic ecosystem and enhance economic performance with respect to the capital market?
Assalamualaikum everyone. I hope everyone can hear me. I choose to speak in Urdu because I see 99.99% people are sitting here. I think and then I can relate more, I would say. Islam, thank you very much. And then thank you very much for all the organizers as well. Taking from your question and then taking thoughts from Joe, Dr. Ishrat, Sheikh Khala, Brother Ahmad, Mufti Irshad, or हमारे दोस्त Ahmad, and all others. जो challenges for the Islamic finance हमने देखे हैं पाकिस्तान में, उसमें जो सबसे बड़ा challenge I think जो believability है कि why the social finance, social Islamic finance, as Ahmad said, has no impact, because the question everyone asks कि अगर अगले 5 साल में फेडरल शरीयत कोर्ट के डिसीजन के बाद the whole banking system converts itself into Islamic system, or the whole Islamic the insurance companies convert into takaful companies, तो जो रोड पे आम आदमी है उसकी सेहत पे क्या, उसकी जिंदगी पे क्या असर पड़ेगा, ये एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल है. क्योंकि जो मकासद शरिया के हवाले से बात होती है, पता है कि जो कमर्शियल बैंक्स हैं, जाहिर बात उनका फोकस नहीं है, वो दे आर कमर्शियल बैंक्स, बट जो सोशल फाइनेंस या सोशल इस्लामिक फाइनेंस है उसके लिए क्या एफर्ट्स की जा रही हैं, उसमें क्या चैलेंजेस हैं. तो आई गेस coming back to what we did, I mean to play our part, we bought this company, takaful company, create some social impact. So we have gone into I would say the products which have real impact. मिसाल के तौर पे crop insurance, crop takaful product, which is completely innovative product which has no human intervention at all. To support those farmers, 7-8 million जो farmers हैं, subsistence farmers, who own about 10 से 12 एकड़ farmland own करते हैं, and those who cannot afford to pay insurance premium, to those. For that, we collaborated almost 28 partnerships, जिसमें companies हैं, banks हैं, microfinance companies हैं, multilateral institutions हैं, because satellite weathering companies हैं, actual modeling companies हैं, because we feel कि ये complement करना है एक दूसरे की strengths को. Because जब हम ये strengths complement करेंगे एक दूसरे की, तो ही ये value chain या ecosystem complete होगा. We can't do everything alone, because हमारी expertise limited है. We can't create something out of our own, because जो जिसकी strength होती है उसी में ज़्यादा वो excel कर सकता है. So that type of impact is needed from social finance, Islamic finance sector. Coming back to this home remittance thing, superior model. Why we say that it's a superior model? Because it is so transparent. The Waqf model, जो हज़रत तकी उस्मानी साहब ने पाकिस्तान में राज कराया है, it is so transparent. Everyone can see what is happening, and this crop takaful product में जो मैंने आपसे जिक्र dashboard, obviously it's a innovative product. Everyone can see what is happening, why the claim is being paid, how much and where and when. Every stakeholder can see what is happening with the money. ये ट्रांसपेरेंसी सिर्फ उसी वक्त आ सकता है जब आप अपने आप को पेश करें एहतसाब के लिए. तो तकाफुल कंपनीज आई वुड से कैरी अ सुपीरियर मॉडल. उस सुपीरियर मॉडल को ये इंश्योर करते रहना कि वो तमाम स्टेक होल्डर्स के लिए एक्सेप्टेबल हो. इट इज़ एन ऑन गोइंग जर्नी, इट्स अ एवरीडे जॉब. और जो तकाफुल के मॉडल में सोशल प्रोटेक्शन का कॉन्सेप्ट है फॉर एन इंडिविजुअल, फॉर अ फैमिली, जो होम रेमिटेंस के जो हमारे वर्कर्स हैं जो बाहर से पैसे भेजते हैं, उनके लिए अब इस वक्त कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट का इंजन राइट नाउ कोई प्रोडक्ट उनको ऑफर उस तरह से नहीं किया जा रहा जो टेक्नोलॉजिकल बेस्ड हो और जो कन्वीनियंट और हैसल फ्री हो, जिसमें उनको ये प्रोटेक्शन भी हासिल हो और उनको सेविंग का आंसर भी शामिल रहे. So we are working on a product with the Islamic banks to increase awareness as well as make it technologically conveniently available for these home remittance expats, Pakistani people from abroad, so that they can come towards the saving culture. Inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you, Rizwan sir. The next question is to with Mr. Ahmed Ali Siddiqui Saab. As you know that State Bank has policy framework for the digital banking, and 5 digital banking licenses have been issued on. So how can Islamic digital banking and financial technology contribute to create financial inclusion and access to finance, and Islamic banking and financial institution to be taken to reach underserved population in Pakistan?
Thank you, Islam Saab. Just before I answer this question, I also like to add here that our colleague from State Bank that 7% of the remittance is coming in Pakistan through Islamic banks, full-fledged Islamic banks. But because of, I think, some data reporting policy, there is another segment of remittance that is coming through Roshan digital account. And because they are called remittance, they are called investment in Pakistan, or you can say something else. So I know for sure that around 40% of that RDA is coming through Islamic bank, and only my bank has 1/4 share of the whole Pakistani market. So this is, it's not only remittance, you have to promote Pakistan as well for the Muslim investors, even they're Pakistani or they are even Saudi or whoever, they can invest in Sharia compliant good products in Pakistan. So this is, I think we need to think out of box in this, and RDA has proven that people can invest in Pakistan, and we have, I think my bank has account from 80 countries, people living in 80 countries have opened account in Mizan through RDA, and they're investing in Pakistan. So now coming to your question, now it is good that State Bank of Pakistan has allowed 5 digital banks, has declared that they will be completely Islamic, and we pray and hope that the rest 4 will be also Islamic, because otherwise they will be going against the Federal Shariat Court decision. Now these 5 banks and other whatever, like 5-6 full-fledged banks, they need to combine their digital offering, and we need to make this account opening, access to finance to probably. I was doing some research, and actually I got my column published this morning in Dawn. This is about financial inclusion, and one of the key factor that the respondent has replied of them that they believe the conventional banking is against their religious belief. So when such a overwhelming population is against interest-based banking, and they are not keeping their money in the banks, or they are just keeping in current account also, they're not saving their money in a sense. We can use the power of this digital technology, because now mobile penetration has gone has increased in Pakistan. You can find maybe these small mobile wallet accounts in every part of Pakistan now. So if we can make them Sharia easy, and we can make the people, they have this comfort that their saving is with their digital bank in a Sharia compliant space, and they can get a halal earning on that. So we can make this as a tool for saving and tool for encouraging people, because still the challenge is a common person, they don't trust a typical bank, and they don't want to keep much funds there, and they just use it as a mode of transaction only. We have in the mobile, in the we have probably 70-80 million accounts, but when you take their average balance, it's very negligible, and if you see the number of active accounts, they are again very low. So I think this is an opportunity that digital banks with the power of Islamic finance can break that barrier. They can be in the hand of everyone, and the ecosystem, if we develop, that will be, inshallah, I think, a game changer for Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. Now, next question with Mr. Dr. Salman Ahmed regarding it is a critical. Kindly elaborate it. Pakistan economic is facing various crises, you know that, and problems. Do you think Islamic finance has something unique to offer to resolve the crisis and contribute its stability for the economy of Pakistan?
Thank you for the question. Yes, it is a very important question. We know that Pakistan economy is facing a lot of crisis. Fiscal deficit is very high. Current account deficit is very high. Poverty rate is also on the rise after COVID. Unemployment rate is also very high. Even though unemployment numbers are not as bleak as in some of the other countries, but there is underemployment, and people at large are not able to afford their standard of living. Now, Islamic banks like Ahmad Ali Siddiqui Saab has said that catering to everyone, but do they have the products for catering each and every segment of the society? I think yes, and I think they can do even better than what they have done already. If I look at the SBP Islamic Banking Bulletin, the combined share of agriculture financing 2.6%. So if Islamic banks are giving 100 rupees of financing to different clients, only 2.6% of it is going to agriculture and SME sector. Whereas we know that in agriculture sector and in SME sector and the informal trade and services sector, it employs 80%. So to the corporates, we are financing 72% of our overall loanable funds, or the amount of financing that we are providing. But to the SMEs and agriculture, we are only providing 2.6%. Now, we can say that banks usually work this way, but even as compared to conventional bank, we are not conventional banks. They are providing financing to agriculture and SMEs to the extent of 7.3%. Likewise, if you look at the profitability of Islamic banks, even though their share is 1/5 of the total banking industry, or maybe 1/4 after the growth, but still we see that even after having 1/3 share of the total profits of the banking industry, the profit rates of some of the Islamic banks and some of the products are not very competitive. So we can still do better. And we have already seen that there are initiatives taken. There is realization that we need to do more on agriculture and SME finance. There is crop. There is also Salam financing, Bank, Faisal Bank, and all the other banks as well. So there is realization that we need to do more. And governments also have a role to play, especially when providing Islamic banks an opportunity to use their liquidity in generating public finance. The share of Islamic bank to 1/5 or 1/4 of the overall industry, but the share of government financing using Islamic financing modes is not very high. It is still less than 10%. So government has a role to play as well to cater to the Islamic banks and also to the potential banks which are also looking for conversion. We have an example of Ahuwat where the public-private partnership did wonders. So banks have to have support from the government as well. And if governments open new ventures, new avenues like digital banks and Kamyab Jawan program and also other types of SME financing, they have to give Islamic financing first priority. Conversion is difficult, but when we are venturing into a new segment altogether, it is very important that we start with Islamic first. In the digital banking segment, we saw that 5 licenses were provided, but Islamic solution was not given the first priority. So these are some of the things on which we have to work on. Islamic banks also have that if the dual banking system is there, why not we become the first choice? We have to look at our own numbers as well, but at the same time, government support is also very important. And we have seen that in countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, GCC countries, we have seen that when government their policies in right place and they have consistency, then Islamic financing has the solutions to cater to all the segments of the society, especially when we combine commercial finance with Islamic social finance as well.
Thank you, Doctor. The next question is with the as we know that in Islamic finance, Islamic insurance and takaful growth rate is not up to mark as compared to the other segments or sectors of Islamic finance, internationally and locally as well as. So why takaful sector has slow growth rate internationally and as compared to the areas of other Islamic finance and as compared to the conventional insurance?
Thank you, Islam. Thank you. जवाब बड़ा सादा सा है इसका. शायद जिन इस्लामिक फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस का शेयर ज़्यादा है ओवरऑल इस्लामिक फाइनेंस में, उसमें बेहतर लोग हैं, सादा सी बात है. और शायद तकावुल सेगमेंट में मुझे शामिल करके इतने बेहतर लोग नहीं हैं. तो सादा सा जवाब तो ये है. और जो कुछ रेगुलर पाकिस्तान के पर्सपेक्टिव से हैं, बिकॉज SCCP से माजरत के साथ कुछ थोड़ा सा एक लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड नहीं है तकावुल कंपनीज एंड विंडो तकावुल ऑपरेटर्स. और जो अवेयरनेस का फुकदान है, लिमिटेड बजट्स ऑफ द तकावुल कंपनीज, तो अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करना इज अ चैलेंज. जो मॉडल है तकाफुल का, it's in a way the section 42 कंपनी मॉडल, लेकिन रेगुलेटरी इश्यूज जो हैं वो उसको एक इंश्योरेंस रेगुलेटरी रिजीम में प्लेस करते हैं. तो these are the biggest challenges, and I think globally we this is the same thing. You don't see any global brand. We aspire to be a global brand, inshallah, because you don't find any global brand in takaful. We go and talk about takaful. We believe sincerely that we can become a global brand. But again, first things first. पहले पाकिस्तान में सबसे अच्छा ब्रांड बन जाए, उसके बाद ग्लोबल जाएंगे. Having said that, जो तकाफुल की जो superiority है, always encourage people to understand. This is a superior model because it is so transparent. It is not like an insurance company traditional model. It is a very superior model, and once all the compliance with all the big four audit firms and the Sharia audit, it becomes so easy to understand that why it is more transparent, more trustworthy, I would say. But having said that, I think किसी भी industry को grow करने के लिए, I think the people are the most important. I think human resource, human capital. For that, we are trying to attract good human capital. You see, I mean, it is a challenge to attract good human capital. हम banking से भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कुछ अच्छे लोगों को लेके आए तकाफुल में, which is not an easy task. Even regulators से भी हम लोग वहाँ से भी लेके आ रहे हैं. But I think these are the simple challenges for the takaful industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rizwan Saab. One very sensitive question with the Ahmed Ali Saab regarding the ROE, return on equity of Islamic banking industry. It has been observed that last 5 or more than 6 years, it is around about double of conventional banking. And what are the reason, and it is sustainable after the conversion that we have same ROE, and what other factors Do you suppose intermediary cost or as administrative expenses or return paid to the depositors or investors? What are the factors of, because it seems that Islamic banks works more than for the shareholders. And that is why ROE was convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Islam Saab. It's a very easy question. Nothing difficult in it. It's more barakah in halal. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's madad in halal. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala destroy the haram. So inshallah we'll see the conventional going down every day because of not us. Because they are in a war with, and someone who is a enemy of the Prophet, he has to go down. So that's simple. When we do the right thing with the right intentions, it will be more blissful. And it's not only blissful for the shareholders only. I have the numbers as well, but probably time to know. The holders are getting in a whole sum, they're getting a reasonable return. The stakeholders are getting the reasonable return. The government is getting the highest tax from Islamic banks. So like in Pakistan, the highest taxpayer is an Islamic bank. So everyone is getting benefit, and as well as the industry is getting further improve. But when you grow, obviously the margins, the business of volume grow. And we have seen an Islamic bank situation where we have to stop depositors, which is a very unique thing. We are asking our depositor not to come to our bank because we don't have a space to invest your money. We are diverting our depositors to our mutual funds. Probably in the last 2.5 years, in case of, I know for Mizan, we have asked our depositor to invest, to take their money out of Mizan Bank and invest in our mutual fund, which is probably around 200 to the mutual fund, because we know if you want an investment product, take that product because that suits your need. But if you just want a simple checking account, that's a different thing. So, but overall, the customer flow, the clarity is there. There are certain improvements, obviously, as you mentioned rightly, that and Salman also mentioned that some areas Islamic banks were lacking, but they have realized this and they will improve. And inshallah, I believe this difference of ROE or maybe the profits or the return of Islamic banks will be multifold, even with the same parameters of conventional banking. Thank you.
And finance to continue for the continued growth and promotion. The next question is the Mr. regarding the conversion. What behavior and attitude of the customers, asset side and liability side, did you face for the transformation, and any hurdles or issues or problems, particularly with respect to the corporate from asset sides?
As far as the experience of Faisal Bank is concerned, I think the overall response was very, very positive, very, very positive. In fact, when the conversion process was started back in 2015, our shareholder, main shareholder, which is Darul Mal Islami, they actually conducted a research. That research was conducted by a UK-based firm, and they concluded that since many customers of the Faisal Bank at the moment were actually the customers of ABN AMRO Bank, because right now the Faisal Bank actually acquired business of ABN at that time. RBS actually acquired business of most of the top tier customers belong to ABN AMRO era. So they concluded that almost 25% of the depositors will actually close their accounts with Faisal Bank and will move to other multinational or big banks like Afni Bank and UBL. But the actual result in 2022, when we saw the result, it was completely reversed. Very, very few customers, very, very few customers. In fact, we can name them on our fingers. Most of the customer, they not only retained by Faisal Bank, but actually Faisal Bank grew its balance sheet by almost double. When I joined Faisal Bank in 2017, in late 2017, total deposit were 400 billion. And 2023, when we have completed our first year as a full-fledged Islamic bank, we have closed our balance sheet at 1 trillion rupees, Pak rupees. And this shows the amount of confidence and people who generally people of Pakistan have on Islamic banking. Yes, there are most of the people they actually came to know about Islamic banking, when we clarified their concept, they were more than happy to retain and to grow their relationship with Islamic banks in Pakistan. In fact, regards to the technology part, Faisal Bank was one of the largest, Faisal Bank had one of the largest portfolio of conventional credit cards. We had 175,000 credit cards when we decided to convert. And we used technology, and there was a Sharia requirement that we have to take consent from each customer because of the Sharia structure behind our Islamic Noor. And believe me, right now, 100% of the active conventional cards are now Islamic. And in fact, we have the portfolio has grown to 225,000 cards. So there is a much more market for Islamic banking products in Pakistan compared to conventional banks.
Dr. Salman Sheikh Saab, as we know that Islamic finance is suitable not only for the Muslims, but also for the non-Muslim countries. So, and although the Islamic finance well with environmental, social and governance, ESG and sustainable development goals. So what initiative Islamic finance industry should be taken for ESG and SDG across the world, not only for the Muslim and also for the non-Muslims? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yes, it's a very important thing that Islamic banks also have to join the transformation process where countries are looking for sustainable development, and focus on ESG is very high. If you look at the Islamic environmental ethics, it is very much in sync with the sustainable development goals and also with the ESG principles. If you look at the E part, Islamic ethical principles say that we have to protect biodiversity, we need to avoid waste, we need to preserve resources, conserve resources, and have very environment and other living beings. If you look at the S part of the ESG, we see that Islamic principles emphasize on fairness, transparency, equality of opportunities, having fairness in contracts. And if you look at the G part, Islamic ethical principles also emphasize on accountability and also transparency. So if we look at the Islamic environmental ethics and also the Islamic ethics in general, we see that it is very much in harmony with the ESG principles. We do not need to look at West to get our guidance from ESG principles. We have our own heritage worldview and set of teachings. If you look at the 5 Maqasid-e-Sharia, one of the Maqasid-e-Sharia is Hifzun Nasl. And if we translate it into economics, it's basically talking about sustainability, because Hifzun Nasl is not possible if we don't really focus on sustainability. So Islamic finance worldview and teachings is very much synchronized with the ESG principles. Now, what Islamic banks can do, definitely they have to look towards green asset creation. Nowadays, what we are seeing is that governments, especially in Pakistan, they are just firefighting. They are just trying to roll over loans. They are not focusing too much on, but Islamic banks, they have the liquidity, and we have seen that whenever government goes for sukuk issuance, it is oversubscribed within minutes, within hours. So there is potential to use Islamic modes of financing for green investments, and Islamic investors are very much focused on ethical compliance. Even if they are underpaid a bit, they still focus on Sharia compliance. That is their primary thing that they really give it due importance. So Islamic ethical principles, they are also very much synchronized with ESG. So if governments all over the world, they look for maybe competitive way of financing, Islamic finance is a very good option. And all the financing which is provided in Islamic finance is asset backed. So everywhere where assets are involved, where development infrastructure is involved, Islamic financing options can be used. So we see that work-linked sukuk have been issued in Indonesia. Malaysia has issued a lot of green sukuk, and Pakistan also has the potential and also the need to go for sukuk issuance. So wherever we have energy deficit, wherever we have infrastructure deficit, development infrastructure needs can be financed through Islamic financing options.
Thank you, Dr. Now we have from the audience. So we have only, due to the shortage of time, we have only 5 to 6 minutes. So please concise your question.
Thank you very much. My name is Qazi Abdul Muqtadir. I'm former Deputy Governor of the State Bank. I'd like to congratulate the panel for a very insightful presentation. I'd like to also congratulate both for raising two major issues. One is of conviction. When you do not have conviction, you cannot achieve it. And in all our efforts in the State Bank, we've tried to elaborate on conviction. The other area was awareness. But at the same time, when you have the conviction on it, we need from the conventional banking market, but we need to train them. We need to develop them. And our first training comes in from the lap of our mother. If our mothers had told us that while pork and wine are forbidden in Islam, and they said riba is haram, we would still move towards riba. And this is an area we need to look at. The other area which I'd like to present to the panel over here, asking them, see, remittances are there. Right now, the government of Pakistan is using the remittances for the purpose of balance of payments, offsetting them against the current accounts, using it for that purpose. Bankers and facilitators and advisors of these clients need to look into the possibilities of raising their saving level, which some of you have mentioned and elaborated. At the same time, using your Islamic banking expertise, and even on the takaful side, trying to ensure the waqf part of it. Takaful is basically a waqf. You'd use those trust funds and participative funds in order to increase investments. Ask them to use, which Dr. Ishrat in the morning had mentioned, one of them is to transform their savings, increase them and use them as collaterals and assets, and which Dr. Salman also has mentioned over here. We need to work. It's just small feedback on relating and linking remittances to investments. The balance of payment part, the State Bank will take away, but the rupee part is still with the banks, and that remains them. If you use it for consumer finance and other areas, that really doesn't, meet the whole thing. Thank you very much.
I think very important point. When I was coming to this session, I inquired with the concerned department in my bank, Faisal Bank, and they told me that during the last fiscal year, the transfer to the remittance transfer to Faisal Bank increased by 149%. That shows that if this area, if the bank focus on this area, people can actually transfer their rupee part to the banks and use saving mechanism. They can, in Pakistan, the problem is that because most of the people maintain their account with commercial banks in either current or saving accounts, and they are checking accounts, and it's very easy to take out money from that account. So the saving is not encouraged through these. To do as Islamic banks, I think we need to, as Ahmed has also said, that we need to divert these funds either to mutual funds or to fixed term deposits, because then yes, you can take out money from your mutual fund or even a TDR account, but it's a bit difficult, a one notch particular saving account. So there is a need to actually market Islamic saving products. And as I gave my personal example, my late father, may Allah give him highest place in Jannah, When they were in Saudi Arabia, almost all his friends were concerned about their saving in a Sharia compliant manner. During the 1991-92, then when there was no Islamic bank. So I think there is a need to actually make our expatriate Pakistanis especially living in Gulf area, and we need to make them aware about the opportunities of Islamic banking and halal income in Pakistan, so that they can actually invest these funds in Pakistan.
Thank you, Faisal.
One more thing, sir, I would add. Actually, this is the first thing I guess कि इस पे तो definitely हमको करना चाहिए कि हम saving उनकी divert करें. But what after saving? Because the saving will go into a mutual fund, and the money is not going into the real economy. कि जो जैसे इन्होंने कहा कि 2.6% है या 7% SME and agriculture. The challenge is कि जो savings हैं या जो investments हैं वो real economy में जाएं. That is the second part. And I would, sir, आपसे इंशाल्लाह कुछ सीखने की कोशिश करेंगे, because saving वाला part तो we can do, because जो conviction है या investment part है, that is there. So the investor, the home remittance sender, कि आपकी investment इतनी है, they can say it every day. We have the available products for that as well. Every day they can see कि उनकी investment कितनी बढ़ रही. That can be done, and that is being done, alhamdulillah. But the second part is the money should go into the real economy. The money is not going to the real economy. The mutual fund will invest maybe in a stock exchange, maybe or the government sukuk. The cycle goes like that. Yes.
Thank you.
तो unfortunately सबका सब सुकूक में जा रहा है जो गवर्नमेंट लेके खर्च कर देती है. कोई इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट का काम नहीं हो रहा, unfortunately. तो वो तो है. ठीक है सर, ये तो बिल्कुल
तो वो जो आप कह रहे थे तकाफुल वाली बात आती है, आप वक्त क्रिएट कर सकते हैं, ठीक है. एट द सेम टाइम व्हाट यू आर सेइंग, म्यूचुअल फंड में जाने के बाद हैं जो छोटी छोटी चीजें हैं जिनको डेवलप कर सकते हैं. यू कैन यूज द सर्विसेज ऑफ द एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस, द यूनिवर्सिटीज, लिंक देम अप टुगेदर. इस वक्त वी आर टोटली सेपरेटेड अपार्ट. ये अपने तौर पे काम कर रहे हैं, आप अपने तौर पे काम कर रहे हैं. वेयर इज द सिनर्जी बिटवीन द एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस, द रिसर्च फैकल्टी? दुनिया think tanks की बात करते हैं. Think tanks start from universities, and that's where we need to work on. And I'd like you all, to talk about it. It's not just the savings part; it is the utilization of the savings. Please don't transfer all your money to the government. Thank you.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Sayyid Muashar from the Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development. With Qazi Sahib, in fact, I'm first very thankful. This has been a really informative session. But Dr. Salman, you just covered something that I was going to ask, and then the follow-up question covered that. You mentioned how sukuks are oversubscribed. The global sukuk market is now hitting almost. Malaysia is taking the lead. What, particularly on the private side, and not just government sukuks, but what is the challenges from private sukuks that the banks and the financial institutions are facing? And why, if there's oversubscription, why isn't there more of the government being reluctant to support that initiative, or there are other challenges that are preventing that? So a little bit more on the sukuk side, particularly the private sukuk.
Yeah, thank you for the question. You're very right that if you look at the sukuk market, it is majorly driven by the sovereign sukuk rather than oversubscription is a good thing, which shows that investors really have keen interest to invest in Islamic finance. Where the problem comes is that in Islamic finance, the first and foremost thing is that we need to ensure Sharia compliance. Most of the time, governments are looking just to roll over the loans. They want to repay their previous financing. Whereas in Islamic finance, transparency is very important. Asset has to be involved, and asset transfer and all the financials that are involved need to be asset driven, backed by asset. So that is why sometimes government has a legitimate economic need for the structure in Islamic finance is not suitable for that. And in Islamic finance, we give priority more to the Sharia compliance part rather than the profitability part. I have been part of the industry and I've seen that sometimes we just let go some of the very good commercial opportunity that the Sharia compliance is there. So that is why there are sometimes issues on the product development side as well. We cannot mimic all the products. We can serve the economic needs where the Sharia compliance is possible. So we need to work on product development side as well. And if there is keen interest of investors, governments also need to realize that they can use the liquidity in Islamic banking and finance to generate their sovereign finance. Gone are the days when Islamic banks were very small and they did not have the scale to basically finance the governments, but now they have the necessary liquidity. In fact, more than the conventional banks. And if you look at the finance to deposit, they are having better finance to deposit ratio than the conventional banks. So governments also need to realize that now there is a time that they also need to have a paradigm shift and give Islamic banking and finance the first priority when they are looking for sovereign finance and especially development finance.
Thank you, Dr. Need of enabling legal and regulatory framework for the issuance of the corporate sukuk and Sharia compliant instruments in Pakistan. We should have the tax neutrality and such type of incentives as well for them. And in the last, I want to present tribute Sheikh Saleh Abdullah Kamil, who is for his excellent and sincere efforts and contribution made for the promotion and growth of Islamic banking throughout the world. May Allah bestow mercy and keep in his eternal blessing. And lastly, I want to conclude my session with our Qaid vision, which is very much similar with the vision of AlBaraka founder group. On the occasion of inauguration of State Bank, July 1st, 1948, I just read out what the words you can consider that in 1948, if we follow the vision of our Qaid, where will be now the economic system of the West. We are not. He did provide the solution. The economic system of the world has created almost insoluble problems for humanity, and that is proved in the 2008 financial crisis as well. We must work our destiny in our own way. World, an economic system based on the Islamic concept and equality of the mankind. Further, and based on the Islamic concept of equality and the mankind and social justice, we will be thereby be fulfilling our mission as Muslims and giving to whole humanity, not only for Muslims, the message of peace, which alone can save and secure the welfare, happiness, and prosperity of the mankind. Lastly, he also emphasized and advised to the organizations and institutions in evolving banking practices compatible with the Islamic ideas of economics and life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please remain seated. Thank you. That was a very insightful discussion. I would now like to invite Mr. Muhammad Atif Hanif, CEO Bank AlBaraka, on stage to please give the token of appreciations to our speakers. Mr. Muhammad Islam Ahmed. Mr. Dr. Salman Ahmed Sheikh. Mr. Muhammad Faisal Sheikh.
Doctor, mashallah.
Mr. Ahmed Ali Siddiqui. And Mr. Speakers, please step forward for a group photo. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next session is on the challenges and opportunities in harnessing home remittances for economic growth. The chairperson for this session is Dr. Shafiullah Jan, Program Director, Head of Center of Excellence in Islamic Finance. He has completed his bachelor's degree in Canada. He has been granted his PhD in 2013 from the premier Durham Center for Islamic Economics and Finance. With him, please join us on stage. With him on the panel is Mr. Muhammad Atif Hanif, CEO Bank AlBaraka, Mr. Asad Iftikhar, and Mr. Faisal Rashid. Thank you.
I'll just ask you this illegal black market and Sharia solution because you can. Assalamu alaikum. Pleased to have you all at the second AlBaraka Regional Conference. Before we dive into the panel session, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of our esteemed. Today, the panel session is particularly significant into opportunities and challenges in harnessing remittance, home remittance in the economic growth of Pakistan. We have a fantastic group of experts who would provide valuable insights and perspective on the topic. Just before I go invite them for their views on the panel topic, I wanted to share some data that's very important. If you look at the average remittance to GDP, that's over the period of 30 years is 5.38%. Minimum is 1.3% in 2000, and the maximum is 10.5 in 1983. And if you look at the population of Pakistan, 64% of the population is below the age of 30. And 29% are between the age of 15 and 29. Why I'm saying this is because if you look at it, the budget spending on the technical vocational education training, which contribute to a lot of labor going abroad, it's only 0.1% of the total budget. So a lot of things when we think about the sustainability, we need to focus on such thing as well, because in long term, sustainable development will be only possible if we have a highly trained HR workforce that can be sent abroad. last year we have sent 0.8 million Pakistanis worker abroad, of which 55 to Saudi, 19.3 to UAE, 8.6 to Oman, and 7.8 to Qatar. But if you look at these labor force, most of them are unskilled workers. So we have two scenarios. A skilled worker, number of skilled workers sent abroad will bring back more remittance than unskilled workers. And that's very important. Then we also talk about, we've been talking about the technology, the addition of technology. I just wanted to show some advantages of technology before we start our topic. Is that there's a study done by the Trade Association of Mobile Operators, GSMA. It says that the technology cut the cost by half. In another study by PayPal and Zoom, sending through digital, the cost of remittance is just 3.9% compared to the 6.94% globally. And bringing down to 3 is what the SDG objective is. There's another study done by the Bank of Albania and World Bank. Currently, cash remittance, if were to receive via e-money, that country 1.3 million per year. Pakistan can have more because we have a bigger economy. There is another technological aspect, is that technology can also help reduce the time, because this is one of the factors I think that people move to illegal ways of sending. It reduces the time and effort required to send and receive remittance. A Boston Consultant Group study of 5 emerging markets estimated that the mobile financial services provide a saving of 1% of the income due to reduced travel and wait times. Digital remittance could save remittance recipients in Mexico 15 days over the course of their life, which if you convert, it's 100 million hours in aggregate for the economy and 450 million of economic value. So what is missing? There's a study done by, it says that 2/3 of the unbanked individuals around the world have access to mobiles. But according to the World Bank Global Finder, 1/4 of the new transaction accounts worldwide are still inactive. So there's no deposits and withdrawals. What we should do, in my opinion, we need to work on the legal regulatory framework to remove any barrier to the use of digital channels for remittance, such as identifications, a lot of time it takes, signatures, and forex control. And such may support the use of technology to bring down the cost and increase the remittance. So that's my 2 cents. Let me introduce our speakers. Our first speaker is Muhammad Atif Hanif. He is the Chief Executive Officer of AlBaraka. He's a seasoned banker with 24-year-plus banking experience in leading banks, out of which 17 years have been with Islamic banks. He comes with a diverse banking experience, including retail and corporate banking, both in Islamic and conventional banking, including the Bank of Khyber, HBL, Dubai Islamic Bank, Bank Al-Falah. Prior to starting his career, he had 4-year experience in capital market. Mr. Muhammad Atif has a special interest in the topic of today's conference, the home remittance. He produced several articles that have resulted in direct industry in Pakistan. Our second speaker is Mr. Asad Iftikhar. He's a regional head, Pakistan and Afghanistan at MoneyGram International. He is responsible for sales strategies, business negotiation, understanding client requirement, implementation, and rollout of product projects, which ultimately lead to a greater market share for the company. The third one is Faisal Rashid. He is the head of his financial institution, international banking and home remittance businesses at Bank Al-Falah, who has 18 years of experience of working in corporate investment banking, financial FI in both conventional and Islamic bank. In his current role, he is responsible for all FI relationships of the bank, including its offshore branches in Bahrain, Bangladesh, and UAE. He is also responsible for all the non-resident money transfer operation relationship that fall under the Pakistan Remittance Initiative of the Central Bank. Faisal has MBA from the Institute of Business Administration, Pakistan. We had a team representing the relevant department of the National Bank of Pakistan, but due to his personal commitment, he is not here. So actually, I'm not going to follow the order. So I'm just going to ask different questions. In order to start, I'm interested the role of remittance in the well-being of the society, particularly in Pakistan, and how we can increase the remittance market in the country in view of bringing that well-being for the society. You go first.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, Shafiullah Saab and AlBaraka Forum giving me an opportunity to speak on behalf of MoneyGram. So I'll start with where you left off, Shafiullah Saab, that how remittances can be further enhanced if we can manage as a country to develop our skill set of a worker who is living abroad. And last year it was 800,000 people, and previous year I think it was close to 500,000. Also, we have sizable number of people leaving every year, but unfortunately, most of those people who leave Pakistan end up in a low blue collar paying jobs. I mean, it's good for the country, good for their family, but we are sending majority of the people out whose skills are not in what, let's say, some of the other South Asian countries are offering to the Gulf markets. I'll give you an example. India has done a tremendous job of developing their mid-skill level IT professionals, and who are now all over the world and contributing wonderful conventional exchequer. As one of the speakers, I think Dr. Ishrat mentioned that we do have a potential of sending up to 30,000 professionals to Japan this year, but we are producing much less than what's required by just one country. And then you can imagine a world out there who's looking for skill set, highly skilled workers from developing countries such as Pakistan. So yes, these can have a direct effect on overall remittances flow into Pakistan if we can enhance the skill set of these workers. Coming second point, that how do remittances contribute to, let's say, elevating poverty at a micro level, as well as driving or accelerating growth at a macro level. In fact, remittances have a dual effect. They are known to provide the lifestyle of, I would say, marginally low-income families and bring them up to the middle-class family by providing better education, better healthcare, better nutrition, and just overall elevation in their lifestyle through remittances, because remittances for these families is a most reliable source of income. It's more reliable than if somebody's working in Pakistan, because who has left Pakistan and sending their money back home, they usually tend to leave for a longer period. And secondly, remittances do have a direct effect on driving Pakistan's overall economy towards positive development. I think Dr. Ishrat once again touched a bit more on this topic as well, which was that once the dollars land into national exchequer, it's directly impacting our overall lifestyle. It's reducing trade deficit, it's reducing current account deficit, etc., etc. So yes, remittances are very important for Pakistan, and they are here to stay and keep contributing as the country progresses forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are a lot of issues identified in different reports about the reason for illegal challenge of remittance. But I'm just going to take two. One is transaction cost and in Pakistan, difference between the interbank and open market. So my question to Faisal Saab is that what's the role of financial institution to promote legal means of remittance and have a competitive advantage over the illegal market?
Everyone, and thank you to Bank AlBaraka and the AlBaraka Group for sponsoring this event and inviting me as a speaker. I think it's a good initiative, and I really appreciate that. With regards to your question, see, the banking sector has done its bit. It has created an infrastructure that allows for instantaneous transfer of money into Pakistan, the time it takes to transfer money. Bank Al-Falah and our peer banks, I think they currently transfer money into Pakistan within 30 seconds of the transaction being executed. So the connectivity and digitalization of that piece is very much in place. Now, why is that not completely able to curtail the Hawala Honda and the structure of the country per se? Like Asad mentioned, obviously you also mentioned that a lot of the people who are going out of Pakistan are essentially blue collars who themselves or their families are not into the financial sector as such. They do not have accounts. They are by entering a bank onto a banking channel, asking them to convert into an account holder or go to a bank to take money out that's the actual challenges driving this discussion. So just to put things in perspective, and we had this discussion with the central bank, and this is an interesting concept that you need to understand, that the day when someone from that certain economic background goes to collect money from a bank, he gets up early and dresses up specially for that event. It's an event in the house that I'm to the bank, right? So from our perspective, the cultural shift has to happen. The digital banks and the accounts are there. We have models that's really helping the cause. And yes, there is no doubt that the difference between the open market and the interbank rate was an issue, but that has come down. And I feel that right now, what's actually our money in is essentially our focus has been to get the money into Pakistan that allows the people to pay their monthly bills and pay their monthly expenses. For whatever reason, Pakistan has been unable to attract investments into Pakistan. The only successful model that worked recently was the RDA, that was into Pakistan. Apart from that, the money that's coming in are essentially bulk of it is blue collar sending money in to maintain their family. No Pakistani who's living outside Pakistan wants to have an investment in Pakistan for various reasons. The FX regime is volatile. Whatever you save, you end up losing value in dollars. And people who go to other corridors except for the GCC, they essentially plan to migrate there and move their families. So there's no incentive for them to keep roots into Pakistan unless and until Pakistan as a society develops itself in such a way that we are able to attract people back. And India is an example. A lot of what we are going through, India went through the same thing a few years ago. They had a brain drain. A lot of people were leaving outside, but now Indian economy has become so strong, and the pay structures and the infrastructure is good enough that a lot of those Indians are now willing to come back to India and serve the country. So we as a nation decide and embark on that path, whereby we capture not only the blue collar income transfers, but also the white collars. We don't see this number moving significantly. We will still be range bound within this number. And with regards to the technology and the efficiency of the sector, I can tell you from Bank Al-Falah or any of the partner banks that works with the PRI, the systems are there, the capacity is there, it's instant transfer. So that piece is taken care of, and the cost of transactions is lower than what you mentioned in your initial comments. So I think it's more about us focusing on the people going out, the quality of the people going out, like you mentioned yourself, that the vocational training limits the ability to get across good people, and see our ability to get an investment product going that allows Pakistanis to send larger chunk of transactions into Pakistan and which are more sticky in nature.
Thank you very much. Coming over to Muhammad Atif Hanif, CEO, AlBaraka Bank. I actually have two questions for you. And this first question is dealt with one of the question we had. There's an abundance of literature that talks about that majority of the remittance are spent on consumptions with no contribution to real economy. So one question is that, do you think as an Islamic finance expert and banker, how can we attract these remittance for more real economy with innovative products? One is that, and it goes to the illegal challenge of remittance, which lead to a lot of challenges, especially tracking them, monitoring them. Since you cannot track them, you cannot regulate them, monitor them. It also cause or expose these people to a lot of scams, data securities, because they sometimes avoid these legal channels. So the second question is that, can you kindly provide me your view on how such challenges can be managed from Sharia perspective? So whichever you want to go first, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. First, I'd like to say that I'd like to pay my tribute to the AlBaraka Forum for selecting this very important subject. And part of their programs to organize regional conferences globally. This is the second conference. The first happened in Egypt last year, and that was on Sukuks. And the second is on home remittance, and they selected Pakistan. So a tribute and thanks, our gratitude to AlBaraka Forum for this. I will like to answer the first question, the second question first, but it is very important that we look at the bigger picture, that what actually are we trying to achieve, and how then we will talk about how we can do that. My interest in home remittances started in 2008 when I did a self-study to find out what is the magnitude of actual home remittance to Pakistan. At that time, the official number of the formal sector, banking sector, was $6.5 billion per year. So when I did an independent study, my research said that the act in 2008 was $30 billion, and only 20% is coming from the banking sector. 80% is coming from the Hundi sector. So after doing my own verification of my numbers, I wrote an article which was published in the news, remittance from Hundi to banking channel. And based on those incentives, PRI was formed a year later in 2009. And then I did even a review of all those incentives that PRI has been offering, and wrote another article in 2010 on how to capitalize. First question relates to that, actually, which was an article written in 2010. And there are many ways, this could be, these remittances could be channeled in the real economy. But today, I will like to say, I will not like to repeat any of the whole day. I would only like to mention that based on the formulas which I was able to derive the number 30 billion in 2008, today that number turns out to be $50 to $55 billion. So the actual home remittance of Pakistan is 50 to 5 billion, out of which only $31 billion is coming through the banking channel. So what is the unbanked size? That is very important to know for the overall strategy and the view forward. So if 20 to $25 billion is still coming from Hundi, that is where the strategy should start. That how to divert this portion or part of this portion to the banking channel. So these discussions happened several times in the central bank during last 1 year, and with the finance minister as well. And I just was kept on saying the same thing, to increase the incentives.
which 20 real per transaction was the incentive launched in 2009, and it remained at 20 real per transaction until last year. But then government came up with a very vibrant plan, and hats off to the government, to ministry, to State Bank, PRI. Mr. Khoker mentioned all those incentives. They are very, very vibrant, and I think that they will go a long way in capturing the unbanked portion of the home remittance, which is the hundi, basically. So just the math is so impressive, about $20 billion, and our entire economic stress of for which we turn it time and time again went to IMF was hardly a billion or 100 or $1.5 billion for which we signed the SLA after so much efforts and stress as a country. With these incentives, I think we will go a long way in overcoming our economic issues. Already last month, our current account deficit has turned into surplus, about 300 million plus for 1 month. And if it continues like this, and the way the open market rate and the interbank rate differential has been reduced to almost minimum, so that was a discouraging factor for overseas workers to divert to informal channel. That has been addressed, and the remittances incentive has been increased to 30, plus so many other programs of those things will go a long way in increasing these remittances. The Sharia is a very important factor in this, reason being all the surveys that have been done to find out the reasons for the less financial inclusion in Pakistan's economy and society. Sharia sensitivity has been Sharia. Islamic banks have a big role to play in diverting this home remittance to the formal channel, just because of the acceptability of the channel. People sitting, our 100 million adults who still do not have bank accounts in Pakistan, they belong to the rural areas and lesser educated segments of our society. They're just too scared to go near the banks for any reason, not just putting their deposits or accounts, opening accounts, but even getting their very hard-earned remittances of their loved ones from abroad. So Islamic banks, as the awareness is more and more increasing, and people are understanding the Sharia compliance services of the financial sector and the banking sector, the acceptability of the home remittance through banking channel is also going to increase. Your first question regarding use these remittances to the to the real economy. Obviously, we need to customize our products, the deposit products, for annuity-based products, in which people can invest on a longer basis for those funds to be of real use for them and for the economy. There are some products that the home remitters are using, for example, the education loans or the education and Hajj-based annuity savings. But again, as a society, as the mutual funds need to come up with more vibrant direction of how to use these funds in the startup programs, in the venture, and more sector-specific investments rather than mutual funds, where general mutual funds, the most of the funds are either invested in the stock market or in the government securities. So I think more sector-specific solutions will enable these remittances to be routed in those particular sectors. There is a lot of potential in Pakistan in so many sectors which are untapped. I will not like to go into all those details, but that provides an avenue for the mutual funds to tap those sectors. As far as banks can diversify their annuity-based products, part of our new strategy for AlBaraka Bank, which we launched last year, home remittances and its allied products are our top priority. And these are going to be seen in a big way in 2024. And our big way participation is evident to our commitment to develop this sector.
Thank you very much. Since we don't have a lot of time because I think you don't want to cook your lunch. It goes dry. So I'm just going to ask one question followed by a question and answer sessions. I'm going to try to finish it in 15, 20 minutes. So the last question is important because when we talk about SDGs, the remittance can play an important role. So my question is that how do remittance contribute to achieving sustainable development goals? And how can strategy for remittance can be aligned with these sustainable development goals for a greater impact? So I'm going to ask the same question from the panel, two minutes each, please. So you can start.
Well, first of all, the sustainability of Pakistan is dependent on home remittance. So sustainability, and if the home remittance had not increased the way it has increased, Pakistan unfortunately would have gone into a severe financial crisis 10 to 12 years ago. So the sustainability of our country was possible because government had focused on sustainability. Central bank has in such a huge way that we are, like it was mentioned earlier, that we had the highest growth of home remittance in the world, 10%, I think, year-to-year basis for last 15 years. That was the reason Pakistan was able to sustain its economy. And obviously the poverty, since our majority of the home remittance, like you said, is coming from the countries where our lesser educated workforce is operating, mostly in GCC countries. The overall poverty, addressing the poverty living, the fact remains that I just came back from Saudi Arabia and their economic boom. We already have half the workforce of Pakistan in Saudi Arabia. Out of 13 million people, 6.5 million are in Saudi Arabia. Their booming economy is drawing more people from Pakistan. Now, people who are least privileged in our society, they are able to go there and sustain Pakistan. So I think the home remittance and our focus, and hats off to Pakistan, all the stakeholders. I will say this is a success story we should all cherish, appreciate, and applaud that Pakistan has gone a big way in sustaining its economy and as a country by putting all its majority focus on home remittance rather than conventional exports, which unfortunately $1 billion and home remittance is $31 billion. And it has another potential of $20 billion. So focus on home remittance, PRI, its vibrant strategies, evolving strategies is the answer to the sustainability of Pakistan's economy in the longer run and in the shorter run.
Faisal Sahib, over to you.
So, if you read that report in which the Sustainable Development Program is laid out, it requires that the beneficiary should have access to financial markets and make available to him financial products that derive from this remittance piece, right? For Pakistan to meet its sustainable developmental goals, the banks have to innovate. The banks have to innovate product offering that allows microfinance lending linked to the borrowers of this, to link to the beneficiaries of these remittances. So my colleague just mentioned that most of the people who receive this remittance. So if you could somehow treat the monthly remittance that comes into Pakistan as a basis or to evaluate their monthly income and start extending to them a microfinance loan that allows them to buy a productive asset, and that productive asset starts generating economic activity. This is sustaining an economy based on the flows coming in and creating economic value onshore. And this is where I think the banks have been found a little lacking, because we have been guilty of creating a perfect infrastructure that allows for the money transfers to come in. But the next step, whereby you use this infrastructure and offering that you can develop based on those flows to generate economic activity on the ground, that's lacking. And the moment Pakistan starts doing that, you will see a change in the overall economic setup of the country. A lot of people who are marginal right now, if they start having access to basic commodities, like maybe a motorcycle in some cases is an economic is a productive asset. So something of that sort can start off something, an economic activity downstream that can help you generate and make this flow sustainable and the economy to grow at the macro level. So from my perspective, remittances are an important bloodline. It keeps the country afloat. Without the remittances, our balance of payment would be a disaster. There would be no way for us to meet that requirement. But at the same time, we need to use that inflow to generate economic activity at the microfinance level. And this is where banks and microfinance banks have to collaborate, have to work together, because they can work. That's their forte. A bank will never, our ability to lend to microfinance individuals will always be limited. So this is where I think the sector has to collaborate, the banking sector has, and this is something that, frankly speaking, the central bank also wants to see. So from my perspective, I think the game changer will definitely be when you start channeling this remittance into.
Thank you. Yeah, so in my opinion, in order to synchronize efforts between inflow of remittances and sustainable development goals for Pakistan lies in the digitization of the economy. Because if a remittance is paid out in cash through walk-in business in Pakistan at a bank, that money is consumed, that money is not channeled towards the saving products. But if the consumer is digitally savvy, they have access to digital products in terms of just a part of that money which is coming through remittances into the digital arenas. Now, if you ask me, Pakistan is at a cusp of digitization. There's a pre-2019 COVID period, and then there's a post-COVID-19 period. So since COVID-19, thanks to State Bank of Pakistan, not just one department, not just Pakistan Remittance Initiative, Exchange Policy Department, Banking Policy and Regulatory Department, a lot has been done in terms of digitizing as well as consumers in Pakistan to get paid out their remittances through bank accounts, wallets, kiosks, ATMs, etc., etc. So yes, the future lies in digitization of the remittances for Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open the floor for three. So please go ahead if anyone has any question.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, माय नेम इज फारूक कासिम. मुझे कुछ क्वेश्चंस, एक दो क्लैरिफिकेशन मालूम करना. आई डोंट थिंक इट्स अ वेरी शॉर्ट क्लैरिफिकेशन रिक्वायर्ड. स्टेट बैंक ऑफ पाकिस्तान is announcing interest rate at 22%. How come you bank gives you 23.5%? That is ununderstandable. अब वो कौन सा उनकी पॉलिसी है, किस तहत देते हैं, I don't know. I need that clarification. National Saving Organization and other commercial banks are giving below sometimes 18, 19 and up to 20 or maximum 21%. तो जो आदमी अगर इन बैंक्स या नेशनल सेविंग में डिपॉजिट करता है तो वो ये फील करता है कि दैट इज अ लॉस फॉर हिम. बट अदर हैंड अगर वो फियर कि ये बैंक दिवालिया हो जाएगा, क्योंकि बीच में ऐसी न्यूज भी आई थी, बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स वर आल्सो चेंज एंड देयर बैलेंस शीट्स वर आल्सो डिलेड फॉर सम अननोन रीजंस. तो ये मैं पढ़ा था, तो मुझे जरा ये कोई क्लैरिफाई कर दे आप में से, कोई पैनल में से, कि व्हाट इज द रीजन कि स्टेट बैंक 22% देता है और ये 23 है और कमर्शियल बैंक्स उससे लो जाते हैं, बिकॉज इन्वेस्टर का लॉस एट एंड ऑफ द डे. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
सर पहले तो हम आपको बता दें कि स्टेट बैंक इज़ अ स्ट्रॉन्ग रेगुलेटर. उसके होते हुए आपके पैसे इंशाल्लाह डूबेंगे नहीं. एंड पाकिस्तान की हिस्ट्री रही है कि हिस्टोरिकली किसी डिपॉजिटर के पैसे पाकिस्तान में लूज नहीं हुए. मतलब उसके पैसे नहीं डूबे, लेकिन डिपॉजिटर्स के पैसे मिले, राइट? So with regards to you, we lend to them. I can tell you for a fact that yes, there were issues, but that's a separate discussion altogether. With regards to your question as to वो इतना पैसा क्यों दे रहा है, वो कैसे, सर वो डिपेंड करता है कि वो जो बैंक जिसको है वो पैसे कहाँ लगा रहा है। माइक्रो फाइनेंस जो पैसे लगाता है वो माइक्रो फाइनेंस लेंडिंग को देता है, जिसकी एवरेज रिटर्न जो है जो चार्ज करता है वो 40% के आसपास करता है। तो उनके लिए वो पैसा देना पॉसिबल है। जो बैंक्स हम जो बैंक्स हैं या जो नॉर्मल बैंक्स हैं जो आपने बात की बाकियों की, वो पैसा लगाते हैं कि एक डिफरेंट टारगेट मार्केट को लैंड करते हैं। वहाँ पे वो क्योंकि इतना कमाते नहीं है इसलिए पीछे पास ऑन नहीं कर सकते। बट दिस इज अ डिफरेंशियल। जो आप जिससे सारी पैसा रखवाइए, सिर्फ चेक कर लें कि उनके एंड कस्टमर्स कौन है जिनको वो पैसा दे रहे हैं। जितना बट इसमें कोई शक नहीं है कि जो पोर्टफोलियो यू का है उसका रिस्क प्रोफाइल डिफरेंट है, जो बैंक का है उसका डिफरेंट है। बट आई डोंट सी द बैंक गोइंग डाउन एनी टाइम सून, तो उस पर ध्यान रखें आप।
कोई और क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहे?
Assalamu alaikum ji. My name is Adnan. I'm a researcher and little bit you say study in Islamic products. I have one question. During two sessions, there is two key notes will be raised. One is to the economic development. आपकी के ओवरऑल जो आपकी इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट है थ्रू द आपकी remittances, how we can manage it. I think we missed one thing, that Pakistan has economy based with agri, and more than 40% of economy based on agri based. So why not our banks and microfinance banks will divert this remittance towards the
You're right. Most of the remittances are also directed towards the rural areas of Pakistan. Belongs to that area. Once we have savings product, like it has been a main issue with the home remittance, that actually the home remittance that is coming to Pakistan is in today's $100 per month per individual. And that turns out to be approximately 100,000 rupees, slightly above. And this is exactly the expense of the household to which the remitter is sending. So when we talk about home remittance, this is for the consumption based only. Until and unless we have products based on which we can attract the savings of the remitter, because remitter is also sending the amount which is required by his household. He's not sending everything that he's making there, wherever he's working. And normally they bring some extra money with them when they visit their families, and that is generally once in 2 years. And that is also a lost remittance because they bring in cash. Until and unless we have proper savings products, not only banks, because banks, like my colleague said, commercial banks are not in the field of microfinance. It's a different dynamics. Microfinance banks are the banks who actually lend small loans for either agri-purpose or for small businesses. Yes, commercial banks give lines to these banks, their liquidity lines, so that they can use these funds. And that is going on. But as the microfinance banks are going to grow, especially in the field of agriculture, this is going to be possible. So discussion of how to make the microfinance side and the mobile the mobile banks to enhance their product range and impact on the agricultural society. We can provide them the liquidity lines, but then they have to disperse the loans and recover the loans, and that is at their risk. So, but that is happening in the longer run, because if you see, if you go to the agriculture areas, you will find that the farmers are finding difficulty during the harvesting the labor, because it used to be a situation where there would be ample labor for the harvest season, and it will not even impact the urban labor environment. Now, when there's a harvest season, there's a shortage of labor both in the industrial area, agriculture areas, because people have been moving out. And not only moving out, people are getting educated. So our workers who have been outside for 20 or 30 years, their children are likely to get education and get better in terms of their social status. So the impact is coming, but yes, we have a long way to go and we have a lot to do.
One more question before I conclude the session.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. 2 or 3 questions and I think one suggestion. Firstly, as compared to other conventional banks and Islamic banks, one thing I have experienced is it needs to be that Islamic banks need to reconsider their profit rates that are much not attractive than other conventional bank being offered. So any Islamic bank, AlBaraka, other bank Al-Fla, so it needs to be, if you need to attract the tap in the market. So this, what myself and other consumers must be have been experiences to that the profit rates need more feasible enough. Firstly, secondly is that how is AlBaraka Bank different from other, providing different or indifferent innovative services than other Islamic bank? And thirdly, when we talk about Islamic banking and Islamic way of products and services, that need to be different and more innovative and more customer focused than other and other financial institutions. Thank you.
It's a very good question. First, I would like to answer how are we different? Upon embarking on the new strategy of the bank has taken over about 14 months ago, we found that the way we can make an impact apart from the business as usual is that we have presence in 14 countries. And when the economic times were highly stressed, Pakistan was short of foreign exchange. We started an inter-franchise collaboration between the countries where we exist, aimed at enhancing the exports of Pakistan. So we started with South Africa. I'm talking about general. It's a general question, so it's a general answer. It's not only home remittance, specifically. So we started with South Africa. The 12 sectors from which Pakistan is exporting to South Africa, primarily pharmaceutical, textile, spices, and sports goods, things like that. And 8 sectors we added, which had the potential, but Pakistan was not exporting. So in total, we chose the 60 leading exporters from Pakistan, and our counterparts in South Africa chose the leading importers of those sectors. We connected them on a webinar and launched a portal in which the product profiles and the contents and all those things were there. And they were given passwords as a closed-end portal. They started B2B connectivity. It happened at a time when these markets had majority rice suppliers from India. And India had banned export of rice because of their crop. So our rice exporters, in a big way, tried to make use of this opportunity to connect with the buyers in South Africa. We are doing the next one with Egypt and Turkey in the next 2 months. And this will go on for at least 1 per quarter for next 2 years. So this is connecting the Pakistani exporters with the new markets, and it is our 90%, 80% exports are textile. So these are probably majority countries are going to provide avenues for non-traditional exports. So that is one thing we are doing. Sustainability was Sheikh Yusuf Khalawi, besides being Secretary General, is an international expert of family business, sustainability over generations. We all banks talk about succession risk when we lend to our customers, even corporate, SME, commercial. Bank was able to hold a lecture for the leading business houses of Karachi on family business sustainability over generation. Because in Pakistan, there is a trend that even the bigger business houses do not pass third generation generally, who reach fourth generation. Normally they collapse. And the reason is that this is a science now, family business. There's a family constitution that needs to be made and then needs to be followed. And an external auditor needs to review it every year. That that subject was first launched by us, and we are going to do one in every leading city for our corporate sector. As far as the remittance is concerned, AlBaraka Bank is launching a digital bank in Saudi Arabia this year. So that will provide AlBaraka Bank with an opportunity to give, like my colleagues said very strongly, the importance of digital, and very rightly said, the digital presence, very strong presence in Saudi Arabia, which is the main source of home remittance from Pakistan, is going to connect AlBaraka, very big distribution network in Saudi to connect these home remittance avenues. Of all the banks that are doing home remittance in Pakistan, there are presence in various countries, but our focus is going to be in Saudi Arabia, and that is going to help. Yes, that is a fact. Our rates are not the same as conventional banks, but then there is a Sharia reason behind it. In conventional bank, you can just fix a rate and even follow the same rate for 10 years once it's fixed. In Islamic, in Pakistan, generally, it is a mudarba arrangement, the profit as it is made by the general pool every month based on wages. As Islamic banks are growing, their market share is growing, the savings rates are also going to increase. But if you compare our term deposit rates generally with the conventional banks, the difference is not big. But the normal saving product, yes, I agree, the rate is generally lower, but you will have to understand that the normal saving is 20 to 22% of any bank. So we are trying to increase those rates and be more competitive.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm just going to conclude this session with a couple of points. A daily wager in Saudi would spend a day sending the remittance. So we need to make sure that he send the remittance without waiting a day or following the processes and spending a day. So this is very important. Second is that there is an area called Dir and Temergura, and I was inquiring about the prices of real estate, and they were very expensive. So I inquired about it, why they're expensive, and they said that because majority of these people live abroad and they're sending the money, so when they send the money, they want to have the real estate investments. So if you look at the real estate sector, there's no investment, so they stop their money. And that can be evident that beside other factor, that can be also evident that we have lesser remittance this year. So how we can convince them to send more money if they cannot invest in a real estate? We need to provide them innovative, not financial only product, but something real, because the mentality there is that so this is very important. The third one is that when we talk about the SDGs, I just want to summarize before we finish it, is remittance can contribute to reaching the SDGs in a variety of ways. So I'm going to do 3 ways, 3 levels: household, community, and so at household level, by recognizing the positive socio-economic impact of remittance on families' well-being, SDG 1, SDG 2, SDG 3, SDG 4, SDG 5. Community level, by supporting and specific action to promote synergy between remittances and financial inclusion, encourage market competition and regulatory reforms, and mitigate any negative impact resulting from a climate change. SDG 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, and 13. International, by ensuring the revitalized global partnership for sustainable development as outlined by SDG 17 and GCM, promote collaboration across all sectors involved in remittance. For your thoughtful views on the topics, and thank you very much for listening. That's the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this insightful discussion. May I please invite Ms. Alia Jafar on stage to come and deliver the token speakers. Ms. Alia is the Director International Relations for Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development. Dr. Shafiullah Jan. Mr. Muhammad Atif Hanif. Mr. Asad Iftikhar. Mr. Faisal Rashid. Thank you. Can you please all come together for a group photo? Thank you very much. We are now going to break for lunch and namaz. The team will direct you to where the lunch is. Thank you very much. We will be back in the room at 2:45. Please enjoy your lunch for our third session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to be seated. We're going to be starting with our third and last session for today's conference. I would like to request you all to please come to your seats so we can begin our session. Ladies and gentlemen, about to begin our third and final session for today's conference. I request you all to be seated. The third session today is on policy frameworks and future outlook for home remittances. May I please request Mr. Farhan Usmani, chairperson for this session, head of Zan Bank, to join me on stage. Mr. Farhan Usmani is a certified Center of Islamic Economics, Karachi. He is involved in related training on the subject and visiting faculty member of the National Institute of Banking and Finance, a department of the State Bank of Pakistan, and many other educational institutions around the national and international levels. With him, we have on the panel Mr. Rizwan Haider. Can you please join us on stage? Dr. Iram Sabah on stage. Mr. Saud Shahid, may we have you on stage for the session? And Mr. Shuja Siddiqui. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Nahmadu wa nusalli ala Rasulih al-Kareem. Post-lunch session will be a challenge for both the participants as well as the speakers, because though we are short of participants, and we'll try our level best to keep you awake, inshallah, and we'll try to keep it as short, precise as possible. So I'll start off posing the question to Mr. Rizwan Haider. Rizwan, you have a global experience, mashallah. You have been a prominent player with regards to remittance in Pakistan, especially. About the regulatory framework, how do you find this regulatory framework in Pakistan as compared to the regional markets as well as the international market? And what's your experience about this framework?
Okay, Ji, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share some points on the questions you asked. When we are talking about the Pakistan market in the remittance world, so our regulator has been very active in promoting this remittance from the legal channel. And for this, the very recent update was that they have introduced the new TT charges or rebate charges. Plus, they have also incentives for the banks who can grow the remittance share, not for themselves only, but for the industry as well. The other most important part was the introduction of the SDRP, Soni Dharti Remittance Program, on which it was and different feature for the industry. When those remitters who are sitting outside the country, they can send their money through legal channels, and whenever they send, they can register those money, that amount into the portal, and they will be rewarded certain points, and then those points can be cash on different different sectors, the government nominated sectors. So government has supported a lot, and they are supporting in Pakistan to promote the remittance business. The second part of your question, when we compare our regulations and framework with regards to the international, yes, we are not living in an isolated world. As we saw that Pakistan was in grey list in the very recent past. So the problem we faced, there were very few tie-ups who were stopped working with Pakistan because of the certain conditions, because of the certain limitations they imposed. And those imposed limitations basically brings the sanity, basically brings the controls, but those controls will also come with a operational challenges, so these are the challenges which we faced when we were in the gray list. So our regulations, our framework, yes, is directly or indirectly very much related to the international.
Thank you. Coming to Dr. Iram Sabah, representing, if I may say, regulators as well as academia, as well as the industry, mashallah. You have diversified involving on, or rather sitting on every side of the table. So what do you think, representing academia and the researchers right now, the role that academic institutions in Pakistan can play or are playing in promoting remittances in the Pakistani market?
So much, Farhan Saab, for asking this question. When you talk about the remittances and the role of academia, so academia, as Dr. Ishat mentioned in his keynote address, that we need to have the subjects as such that are the needed not only by the local industry, but also internationally. So when our people go abroad for working, then they are well absorbed in the market. They don't stay unemployed for a longer period of time. So we are doing that. We are trying our level best and introducing the latest courses in our curriculum. But having said that, what we have to do is research when it comes to remittances and how we can increase that. So the research angle on this particular topic is quite low. Whereas the curriculum we are trying to revamp, but research is low. And in terms of the collaboration between the regulatory authority and academia, specifically for remittances, I am pointing, is missing. So we need to establish the link for that. We need to promote more in terms of telling people that how and where you should go in terms of absorption rate so that you can help your country by sending the remittances. So this is what missing. And organized channel, if I may add, people coming from, say, for example, India or Bangladesh, they have done courses when they go abroad. But when we send people, there are two types of people. The first one is who are white collar, they understand their job, they get absorbed fine. But when you talk about the labor, they are not trained at all. So they suffer a lot. What we can do is that through academic collaborations with the Ministry of Planning and Human Resource, we can organize such training programs, such diplomas, so that our human resource, when they go abroad, even it's the normal jobs, they can be well taken care.
Jazakallah. But taking your point, if I may add another small question, can't we do it in a manner whereby we can, the supply of these kind of trainings and courses from the educational institution, or can create the demand? Because if we wait from the regulator's perspective to create a regulation in this regard, it might create a challenge, and we might have to face the similar challenges and delay in this kind. So maybe the educational institution, maybe the Higher Education Commission, or some sort of association or something, they can come up with something whereby it's a mandatory to have few hours training on this subject to all the pass out. Maybe some of them can work here, some of them may go out abroad. So what are your thoughts on that?
Actually, you're absolutely right. So when it comes to of nurses, You know, we have wonderfully trained nurses, but we don't give them the exposure before they travel to any other country. We don't tell them that how they can choose the agent for moving abroad. So we need to not only train them, be it a chef or cook or restaurant or, you know, any other kind this nature, we don't have a system to help them. Like, I want to give example of Dr. Faraisa. She started a, you know, training institute for the nurses. She's doing a phenomenal job, very good job. So we need to have more private and public sector partnership when it comes to these type of areas. Only academic institutes, we need to take care of the engineering institution. We need to focus more on the diplomas as well, the training, the short courses, so that they are well trained in a shorter period of time with less investment and can be a productive you know, member in a foreign country or in Pakistan. So this is what we have to do. Similarly, we have done for freelancers. Number of freelancers are working from Pakistan. They are not going anywhere, but they are getting payment in dollars from abroad. So the same pattern we need to do for the people who are physically going from Pakistan to other countries. And yes, you are right, we need to have more collaboration, academic institution, as I mentioned, the government and the private sector. So we have to work together.
I couldn't agree more, but I believe maybe we need to divide this awareness program into two areas. One for the labor, which are being, you know, trained at certain, you know, institutes. They don't have that long-term degree programs. And on the other hand, we have white-collar qualified people like business graduates. So maybe we can differentiate between these two programs. Thank you so very much. Saud, coming to Saud, you have, mashallah, diversified experience as well, and have been in the industry for many years, mashallah. Can you share any example of collaboration, you know, between the government and maybe a financial institution or any other institution that has resulted in increasing the remittance accessibility to by the non-residents to this facility?
It's a very good question. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank AlBaraka to arranging such a wonderful session for us for this very in a country while having such a troubled situation on economic side. And secondly, I must appreciate the Islamic Chamber of Commerce to this. So thank you very much. But secondly, my part, the question is taken by the Farhan Bhai, is very important. I would think while we're talking about the collaboration among the government setups and with the financial institutions, yes, it's a very important, and State Bank of Pakistan done wonderfully well in last 10 years or decade to introduce PRI in 2009, 2021 with the Soni Dharti scheme. But still, we have a very big number, as told by the Atif Saab in his session. Very huge reserve is not coming to Pakistan. Or if coming through, then they are coming onto the illegal channels. So it's very important to collaboration between the financial institutions and the Central Bank of Pakistan chose one, because it's a very important sector. We are almost 55% or remittance are coming through legal channels, and almost 45 to 50% are coming through illegal channels. If those number is coming registeredly, then it becomes a bigger number for the country. While we talk about India, bigger names who have the most non-residents funds into the country, is India is at top, 125 billion in a year. Then we talk about Mexico, 67 billion. Then we talk about China, 50 billion. But it's an interesting thing. Mexico won this position from China. Otherwise, Mexico is number 2. So we take those decision which taken by the Mexico, India, Brazil, even Philippines have a bigger number than the other countries. Pakistan and India, if we taken as compared to their population having a 3 to 4% expats. And this is very important. Expats put their money into the country. They have so few investment options. They have like Roshan Digital was one of the very good scheme. And if we see 2021, 2022 is a bigger number than 2023. So Hundi Hawala should be discouraged. Close collaboration. We must work over the Hundi Hawala. Must have a close collaboration to have instant funds. We have a real-time tracking of our funds where it is, and the multiple challenges facing by the any wife who want to get their funds at their branch, and they are coming and calling to the branch time and again. We put funds on this. And being Islamic bank, where we have taken the number of around 20 to 22% of the industry, but home remittance number of Islamic banks as per my working is around 14 to 15%. Same as with trade is 16 to 17%. So we should need to work around, and we know that how the top 5 banks, they have a long roots, they have the long tie-ups since partition and the many years. So why we are not there? So I guess such sessions and awareness sessions will come up where we ask the overseas Pakistani to put their funds to the financial setups rather than the hundi hawala. The one last thing initiative last week, say they start the FX trade rates. So this will help us out because otherwise there are 3 rates. Earlier we are known the 2 rates, bank rate and market rate. Now in nowadays when we have a few regulations, now 3 rates. If you come up with the CNIC card, with the non-CNIC card, this rate. And if you go to the bank's tradie, you have a this rate. So there is around a gap of 15 to 20 rupees. So we should lessen that difference. So someone is sending their funds from Portugal, China, India, Europe, and Saudi Arabia is the bigger corridor, and the UAE is the bigger corridor, Pakistan from last for 5-6 years. Have a good incentives. They should have their funds easily accessible, mobile apps facilities, system digitalization, online tracking, and many other benefits. So the people come up on the legal channels. So collaboration among the stakeholders, ministries, and obviously financial institution is very important.
Thank you. So now, Ms. Shuja, an important side of this dice is creating awareness among not just the non-resident Pakistanis or the concerned laborers or the professionals living abroad and sending money, but to the institutions as well as to how to facilitate them. So awareness on both sides are very important aspect to this whole phenomena. So what do you think can be done, is being done among the government institutions as well as the private sector institutions to promote this kind of awareness among all the participants of this important task?
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. And thank you, AlBaraka and OIC, for giving me an opportunity to sit with these distinguished delegates. Coming to your questions. Okay. Now you can hear? Okay. So coming to your questions, a lot of discussion this topic since morning. I have listened number of our guests regarding the home remittance and how can we increase the number of remittance in Pakistan through banking channel. However, we know that 2% remittance are coming from those channels which are not untapped. The banks are working on it, how to do it, and State Bank of Pakistan has already given a very good comprehensive forum for this, which is called Pakistan Remittance Initiatives. All these things, what we have to focus, that we have to focus the how we can broad this pie size, because if we spend money on our tie-ups, so what they do is stop someone's remittance to Pakistan and open my tap, and they increase the numbers. But how for the country or for OIC also, we need to increase the pie to come remittance in Pakistan a lot. For that, number of things were discussed. Dr. Sabha also discussed regarding the collar job people. I understand that Akhwat is one of the NGOs, and some NGOs also. If institution give them hand, they can bring our labor into the situation where they can learn 6-month course, 3-month course for plumbing, for crane lifters, carpenters, and they can easily go to other countries and can bring more money, more remittance to Pakistan and our economy. This is one of the sessions. The second, fintech. Fintech is missing in Pakistan. Not a lot of banks are doing. Even fintech companies comes to Pakistan, but due to that, we don't have the systems in place, especially in institutions, that we can tap with them. So what they do, they go to MTOs, and MTOs send money to us. So I think these are the two sectors which we need to work on it. If we don't do work, we cannot increase the pie of the remittance. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming back to Rizwan sir, you, while addressing the first question, you mentioned that, we as a Pakistanis face certain challenges while being in the FATF grey list area, in the recent past. So as far as international regulations are concerned, how these regulations in the current scenario impacts the whole process, its efficiency in terms of accepting and money for NRPs in the Pakistani market, how it's affecting us right now, and what can be done to improve that?
Okay, this is a very vast question. So many things can cover under this. Uh, there are so many FIs, almost all FIs are working very closely with us, where there are certain points on which we all need to work, starting from the streamline the processes. The processes should be very simple, both for the remitter and for the bani as well. The second thing would be the infrastructure. Basically, technologies need to be very strong, because when customer is sending the money, the most priority of his sending the money is to reach that money in seconds. So technology is playing a very important role in remitting the money in no time. Mentioned awareness, and these awareness, how to send the money through legal channel is very important to address to the remitter and to the beneficiaries as well. So this point works for both on both ends. The other important factor is the feedback. So how whoever is sending the money through whichever channel, the remitter and the beneficiary both should be satisfied that yes, the amount they are sending and the time on which the money will be received is a very. So these are the 4 or 5 points which need to be addressed immediately, and it's a continuing process. We can't say, okay, yes, we have worked on this point, now it's enough. No. So when the time changes, maybe the processes you made was ineffective after 2 years or 3 years. The technology is keep changing, So we are working on now different APIs instead of sending the money through any MT 103 or 104. So the time is changing. So these are the factors which we need to see.
So the most important point in this whole transaction is belief. So coming to Dr. Iram Sabah, you being a researcher as well as the consultant for various institutions globally, alhamdulillah. What do you think? I mean, to enhance user experience in this whole process of remittance, what tools can be used by institutions to improve and enhance the user experience, especially in the context of Pakistani market?
Thank you so much for asking this question. The topic of remittance is very interesting. So I'm very thankful for having this conference from AlBaraka Forum for this topic. Now, when you talk about remittance, and especially the role of Islamic, the conventional institution, the winner will be the institution whose customer experience is excellent. We have faith-based Islamic banking, but on the other hand, we have people who will come to you only because of the value proposition, the value you are bringing. If the customer is not happy, believe me, no institution can get the remittances. So customer experience is very important. Zulfikar Saab mentioned that the sending money to Pakistan, it should be easy, it should be fast, it should be with the one click, it should be in 16 seconds. So if the regulator is saying that, now we can see the push from the regulator. We talked about the Soni Dharti program, we talked about RAST, we talked about IBA number. There are so many initiatives by the State Bank of Pakistan. But what is the missing angle? Missing angle is the proactive approach of the Islamic financial institution. It is less than 10%. The remittance coming to the Islamic financial institution is less than 10%. The rest is going to conventional bank. Now, what we are talking about is to increase the pie. We are not saying that the conventional bank, we take it from the conventional bank and give to Islamic. No, that will not help. So what will help is that those people who are not happy due to any reason, who are using illegal means, give them such a experience that they come to you, so that we increase the pie. And I just want to add one more point. Remittance, we need to have a strategy for that. Why? For example, the State Bank is doing excellent job, right? But what about the government? I understand forward the Islamic financial institutions can do phenomenal work. But what about the problems faced by the people who are working over there? Now, this will not help. I remember one of the person from Philippines died in one of our country. The government took such a stern action. And we know how our people are living in UAE. So the top 5 countries, UK, USA, you talk about UAE, you talk about Kuwait, you talk about Saudi Arabia. So people, especially in UAE, I have seen that personally while working on a project, 5 to 10 people staying in a room. That's not possible. So customer experience, only Islamic banks cannot do much. You can pressurize Islamic bank, the State Bank is doing good, but how about their own experience, the people? So we need to streamline. This is why I repeat again, we need to have a strategy. We need to bring people on board who can help the people to leave from here. As we mentioned about having the training courses, short term, long term, medium term, curriculum, overall strategy, government to government connection. This is what we have to do.
Taking this user experience thing forward, so based on your experience, we multiple times we mentioned the transfer of money through click, just a click away in few seconds. Of course, that's not possible without the use of technology. So what do you think technology, the role of technology would be or is or will be in enhancing and increasing customer experience in terms of remittances?
Very important question. I believe what talking about the doctor. Personally, strongly believer of that Islamic financial system or Islamic banks should grow their pie after having a very strong fintech. We taken a step 20 years back, 30 years back to increase the Islamic banking into the country. We have a good percentage, 20%, 25%. But now I feel that we cannot go extend these numbers. Even we have a good digital system, very good services, fintech, and we provide something out of the box. We have a good products on the financial sides. So the customer who is the mindset of Islamic mindset, we told in while doing Islamic banks, associated with the Islamic banks. But if we want to increase this pie, whether we have talking about home remittance, foreign trade, reserves, deposit side, and increase or ADR, and the many other things, I believe fintech, one-touch services, and everything should be there. We need to pull off organization, automation, having a very good mobile apps. If we talk about something out of the box, it doesn't mean that we go against any AML CFT framework. Obviously, we remains within the compliant manner and we give them what other countries are giving them. India is pats if they go and work into the Germany, just show their Aadhaar card and they get their funds into the Pakistan in India in seconds. So we have to work over the digitalization. State Bank of Pakistan is quite pushing the banks about their digitalization tie-ups, association with market stakeholders, G2G, and the many other things. But digitalization, obviously, not for the home remittance, for the every field is a game changer in the next 5 to 10 years. And yes, we experienced this in last year in Bank Islami. We offers a few things for the IT and the freelancers companies. So we see the customers is coming from their office to the Islamic banks because earlier they don't have such option in the Islamic banks. So they come up, we provide them the FCY freelancer card, we provide them the FCY exporters card, and State Bank, thanks to State Bank, to allow them to put their 50% into their non checking FCY. Use those cards at POS machines. They can use at ATM. They can do their grocery while taking PKR conversion rate, but the account is to be debited into the FCY. They can use those cards in outside the country and take their FCY. So State Bank of Pakistan should push the banks, and the banks should put their monies on the digital. And I believe such thing is the only thing to increase those pie. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So before taking questions from the audience, I would like to ask Shuja. Shuja, we all know, I mean, in the earlier sessions, we had a discussion about the brain drain from Pakistan. And, you know, one of the key resources that we have is human resources that we are exporting, unfortunately, mainly in the form of labors. But of course, we can work on that and can use this as one of our key strength areas. Now, in order to do that, in order to improve the customer experience in this regard, while making a long-term plan for this promotional activity, for promoting this activity, what are the key considerations to be kept in mind while making a long-term plan for Pakistan?
See, this simple answer them remittance in shortest possible time. But as a institution, as a state bank umbrella, we cannot do that because you know the AML KYC, which is one of the most important thing. And one or government bankers, sometimes treasury, they were the king. But nowadays, compliance and KYC department is the king. If they want to do business, you need a green flag from them, then you can start business, other not. So this is what we feel tie-ups with banks. We go to tie-ups, we bring a proposal from them, and then we ask to compliance that whether we do business with them, and they said no, it's a problem. See, it's UBO ultimately on it, the person is PAP. These things take long time, which sometime the MTOs say no, we cannot provide you number of things which we ask them. This is one of the reason. The other thing is we can do, but the system should be robust. Plus KYC should be proper. If KYC is not proper, we cannot do business. So between institutions, we have to collaborate further, and we have sit together to discuss what things which we can provide that instant remittance could receive from UAE to Pakistan and from any other country. This is a key solution. Since I work in FI also, so I know the issues which we really face in adding any new tie-ups. I know that Bank Islami has 2 or 3 tie-ups, MTOs in pipeline, but we cannot do business because we did not get clearance from our compliance department. So fintech, very good, but behind the fintech, what AML KYC things are available on that platform, which is screened to receive remittance here. That is why the untapped market, which you are saying, Hundi Hawala, it's promoting day by day because there is no KYC. And when we use this formal remittance, so it's open illegal people to send their money also in this region. So number of things we do, but we have to work together and sit together to find out a better solution for this.
Okay, thank you. I mean, taking a cue from your suggestions regarding the long-term policy, I still just want to ask one single question to each one of you prior to going to the audience for the question. And this will be out of syllabus, actually. So if I may ask each one of you to identify just one party within an institution, individual in this whole process who has the most important responsibility of improving customer experience while complying with the current regulatory standards that we have in Pakistan and the international arena. Just one single institution in improving the customer experience, improving and enhancing and increasing the remittances in Pakistan? Starting from maybe Shuja, Rizwan.
I think the most important element or the most important person who is these all things is the remitter himself. Yes.
Okay, ji, remitter himself. Thank you. Dr. Aram.
Somehow I still believe that if you talk about Islamic banking institution primarily, of course, State Bank has to be there. State Bank is very crucial. On the other hand, I cannot deny the role of government.
Of course.
So I do feel that government have to be very strong. We have to take care of our people who are in different countries, especially in the top 5 countries. At least this is what you can do. I enjoyed watching the presentation of Zulfikar Saab because he was talking about how and what they are doing. So we need such activities from the government, right?
Yeah.
For the financial sector, of course, primarily State Bank of Pakistan. But when you talk about if we have to increase the remittance over the period of time, then you need to have a plan, and the government have a due role in that.
Thank you. That's the advantage of being an academic. Unfortunately, Rizwan was not able to enjoy that luxury. So, understandable. Yes, please, sir.
For me, Ministry of Overseas Pakistanis should take a major part in it. Should have a, मेरा ख्याल है सारे मसले उससे हल हो सकते हैं. To have awareness sessions. I suggested ambassadors हैं, we can use them in their countries. कि लोगों को इस चीज़ का एहसास दिलाएं कि वो जो non-legal channel से पैसे भेजते हैं उसके नुकसानात क्या. और secondly उनको ये बताएं और उनको solutions दें कि तुम्हें बाहर की market से if you get 15 rupees ahead than the interbank to be give you those benefits. And while in Islamic banks, I guess we guide the people to remain ethical, because I believe if someone is sending the zakat, I can't give fatwa. Many ulmas here, especially few of them on the stage as well, because senior मेरे colleagues बैठे हुए. But I believe that if someone is sending their zakat, because Ramzan is coming and we have lots of zakat funds into the country, if you give them, you send them through illegal channels, for me it's a challenging. अगर मैं भेजता हूँ या मैं अपने भाई को ये समझाता हूँ कि यार डोंट सेंड थ्रू इलीगल चैनल्स, पता नहीं अल्लाह कबूल करेगा कि. तो आई गेस कि मिनिस्ट्री ओवरसीज जो मिनिस्ट्रीज है, दे नीड टू वर्क क्रॉस कंट्री. जैसे आईटी मिनिस्ट्री ने भी बड़ा अच्छा काम किया, जो मैंने अभी कार्ड्स की बात की वो की, तो उन्होंने आपका कोई 18% आईटी और फ्रीलांसर्स का बढ़ा, उसमें बैंक्स का भी रूल्स है, स्टेट बैंक का भी है, लेकिन आईटी मिनिस्ट्री ने बड़े, उमर सैफ साहब ने बहुत अपेरेंटली नजर आया इन लास्ट 6 months और सो, तो उसका रिजल्ट हमें नंबर्स में भी आ रहा है. तो इन माय व्यू Ministry Overseas Pakistanis की जो ministry है, that they should take a leading step, I guess.
Part of the whole transaction, whole process. Okay, that's great. Jishuja.
The only thing is to work at labor camps, whether it's in UAE, whether it's in Saudi Arabia.
By whom?
And educate.
By whom?
Banks go, their representative should go their labor camps and aware of them that how you can send money, because they know how to use mobile, but they don't know how to use app. So we should learn teach them so they can learn and send directly to us.
Okay, challenging. That's great. Thank you so very much. And the floor is open for questions. If I may request the volunteer to maybe, okay. Please.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ali Wazir. I'm Secretary General Diplomatic Business Club. One of the speeches by one of the speakers on the reasons are known for the decline in home remittance in 2023. I don't think it is known to everybody. It would be our pleasure to learn from you people what are the reasons of decline in home remittance in Pakistan for the year 2023. Number one. Number two, not necessarily finance sector, but there is a basic right of these individuals, overseas Pakistanis, who are such a big asset for this country, and they have been denied their basic right. Shouldn't we be raising together some voice for them?
Okay, if I may request Rizwan to first question. You want to answer? Okay, please. So go ahead.
That was a declining reason of FCY in Pakistan, I guess. I believe that RDA was a very major part in last years, but RDA's number was reduced in last year and so. Political instability is one of the reasons. and I guess the investment options is get reduced into the Pakistan because the high discount rate, inflation is one of the reasons. If someone want to send their money, and in the past, in last 2 years, they sent their money to the Pakistan. Now their confidence level was shaky, I guess. That is why the RDA number also reduced. Exchange rate is also very right. Exchange rate is one of the reasons as well. Okay. It somehow helped them out because earlier 230, now 270, they make happy to them. But they are FDI even. It's very fine point by Shuja. FDI number is reduced. When we dig out why FDI is reduced, the major reason is that even stock markets number has been reduced. Foreigners pulled out their funds because when they put, then dollar rate must be at 300 rupees. They put it at 240. So they get reduced when they convert their FCY, PKR to the FCY. Those are the reasons that happened in the 2023, and the confidence level was shaky, and we reduced the number from 31 billion to 27 or around 26.5. This is my take over that.
Okay. Anybody wants to add anything to it? Maybe we all agree regarding the second question that he has posed. So, I mean, there is... okay. Can you please pass on the mic to Qazi sir?
Assalamu alaikum. Mike, it's an addition to what Saud Shahid has just mentioned. You see, basically, if there's a decline that is coming in, yesterday we had the president of AlBaraka Bank telling us, you see, the potential of remittances in Pakistan is somewhere around about $55 billion, a little less than $30 billion. Now, there is a potential for that. Now, when you as a banker are given a target for deposits, you run after them. So shouldn't you be having certain, remittance targets if that is the case, because there's a potential, number one. Number two, the other part mentioning of training the people, that bankers should go and train. So who is stopping you? I mean, there's nobody stopping. I mean, I'm certain that in the Middle East, you have your branches. UBL has its own branch over there. Other banks have it. National Bank have their own exchange company. So basically, if you're not doing that, or etc., they travel, once in 6 months to Pakistan to make an assessment. So one of you, where you can do your Umrah also and also meet these people and give them the training. So it's just a little comment. Sorry.
Okay. I mean, I don't know whom to ask this question, or
I
because
respond my last point
because,
that who is stopping to go there. We have a plan already in February last week. We are going to labor camps, and this will continue in other countries as well. So we have decided and do that.
Well, Shweta, this is just one institution. I believe Qazi Sahib is referring to the whole industry.
Yes.
As far as the targets are concerned, we tend to put in targets, plan everything regarding every area, even services. But as far as remittances are concerned, maybe Rizwan is in a much better position too, because he's looking after that. So he can address the whole process. You must be having some sort of targets, how realistic they are, or what are the considerations for making those targets. Is it an industry-wide practice, or is just associated with your institution, or what?
Okay, we are working in hands with State Bank, and the targets are very much there with all the banks, not even for one bank, limited for one bank only. And your question was the education and the awareness. So all either it's the large bank or the medium-sized bank or the small bank, all banks are working on education. So it's basically a common objective of all the banks, how to educate the remitters and the beneficiaries both.
True.
So to bring the remittance through a legal channel, this is a one-point agenda for everyone, for the industry, for the regulator, and for all of us. And we do much money on the awareness and the education of the remitters who are sitting either in the labor camps or on the roads or any other places where they all assemble. So we do have multiple marketing reps who are based in like UAE or UK or maybe in KSA as well. Yes. So those reps are properly working on the education.
Thank you very much. A very nice point.
One thing,
Farhan, just for a moment.
State Bank of Pakistan.
What you mentioned was you're spending a lot of money on the trainings, and certainly you sample from, you know how much money is being remitted to UBL. So how much percentage of that remittance or the profit on the remittance is being spent for trainings? Just an idea. Just to get
So
an idea.
there
That's
is no
all.
any fixed percentage, but we know we have to spend more and more on the trainings and
I'd like to add one thing in your question. Today, State Bank of Pakistan asked every bank to share your PRI, home remittance, and today we are giving them the names of everyone. So banks make sure that they have some substantial training in 2024. Secondly, I guess it's the first time State Bank of Pakistan a week ask every bank to come up with their whatever the number in for the year 2023, 2024 by June closing. You have to increase by 5%. We even protest, even we are protesting or management as well कि ये number ना दें, वो number ना दें. But they told कि whatever the number you should have by June 2024. So State Bank is itself is good. Otherwise, pie is converting from here to here, and the whole number of the country remains same. So now State Bank asks every bank to increase 5% by June 2024.
Okay. Ji, Dr.
Assalamu
Shafiullah. Alaikum assalam.
I think this is the first time I agree with you, Iram, publicly. I think the issue is not the technology. I think you're right that if I have a problem in the labor camp, I go to my friend, right? I can also go to my friend to show me how to use the mobile to send the money. So the person who's there day in, day out, there for me all the time, I'll trust that person. So I put money in his pocket and ask him to go and give it to somebody in the family. And this is how they are doing it. The goal is to be a friend with them in that training camp.
True.
Make the best IT, and that should work on Amr. Still, people are not going to use it because they don't trust. So whatever policy we make, we need to be there. If we are not there, money going to come to Pakistan, money going to reach to the people, but not through the legal, but illegal ways. Simple as that. Halas.
Thank you. Welcome. Ji.
Thank you, Dr. Shafi, for agreeing with me.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Zishan. My question is to the banker, one from UBL, Mizan, and Bank Islami. Why any remitter outside Pakistan should your bank, and what's the benefit he would be getting if he choose to send the money legally through your bank? Why?
Okay. There is one, sir.
I think it's not about my bank or maybe other bank. It's the national cause. We want remitter to send the money through legal channel. I think.
Rizwan sir, along with this,
Please. Ji. आप कुछ कह रहे हैं?
I ask you, what's the benefit? What's the benefit in choosing any of the leading banks, primarily Islamic Bank? A remitter should choose for sending the money from outside to Pakistan. What's the benefit? What's the difference? What innovative service any bank is providing to facilitate the remitter?
Ji, please.
This is a $1 billion question nowadays because the State Bank is in a very good question, Zishan. Thank you very much. Or State Bank of Pakistan is working very hard over that. कि एक रेमिटर भेजे तो क्यों भेजे? अगर उसको 10 रुपए कम का रेट मिलना है तो वाही कम अप उन्होंने जब हमने उनको ये वाली बात की जो रिजवान ने भी की तो डिप्टी गवर्नर साहब ने कहा पता नहीं आप उस मीटिंग में थे कि नहीं थे उन्होंने कहा यार ये बातें ना बेच के बहुत अच्छा हो गया आपको इस पे नहीं आता लीगल चैनल्स पे व्हाट वी कैन गिव देम so they are offering few of the things by State Bank of Pakistan lottery scheme. I guess it was discussed in earlier session and they are very closely thinking कि क्या benefit होगा ultimately what they get. Labor का camps पे जाने की बात हुई जैसे शुजा ने की and many other colleagues. So what our bank is doing, we have signed yesterday one agreement. इंशाल्लाह एक दो दिन में हम उसको launch कर देंगे 3-4 दिन के अगले 3 महीने में अगर मेरे बैंक को कोई remitter और देन जो बेनिफिशियरी है उसकी अगर 3 से ज़्यादा ट्रांजेक्शन, ऑफरिंग देम मोबाइल फोन, बाइक्स एंड द फ्यू अदर्स थिंग्स, ये बहुत से बैंकों ने पहले भी किया एंड इट वाज बेनिफिशियल फॉर देम कि उनका नंबर अच्छा कन्वर्ट हुआ. सो वी ऑफरिंग देम द गुड एफएक्स रेट्स और लाइकवाइज वी आर गिविंग देम फ्यू इंसेंटिव्स एज वेल कि जो हमें इंसेंटिव स्टेट बैंक देता है वो हम आगे कैसे 25 और 30 सऊदी रियाल्स हमें मिलते हैं तो वो इंसेंटिव कैसे पास ऑन हो. तो यू आर वेरी वैलिड क्वेश्चन कि कैसे उसको हम कैच करें विद सम के हम अच्छे रेट्स देंगे, हम कोई गिफ्ट देंगे, इनाम देंगे. तो वी आर ऑफरिंग ऑलमोस्ट 15 to 18 कस्टमर्स इन February, March, April, 3 months campaign. दूसरे बैंक भी कर रहा होगा. तो दिस इज द टूल्स व्हाट वी कैन डू. और ये कि आपके पैसे फौरन मिल जाएंगे, इंस्टेंट कैश मिल जाएगा, हम आपको एक मैसेज ड्रॉप कर देंगे जैसे ही आपके MI नंबर मेरे पास आएगा. तो बैंक्स आर वर्किंग, बहुत से बैंकों ने बहुत अच्छा किया है. वी आर ट्राइंग टू फॉलो दैट. सो बैंक्स इज ऑफरिंग दैट अवेयरनेस सेशंस और ये चीजें ऑब्वियसली उनको इस बैंक्स नहीं कर रहे. बैंक्स प्रोवाइडिंग सर्विसेज, गिफ्ट्स, हैम्पर्स, इनाम दिए जा रहे हैं, बाइक्स मिल रही हैं, मोबाइल्स मिल रहे हैं. तो इन पास्ट भी हुआ है, आगे भी होगा इंशाल्लाह.
This question was asked by Farhan, customer experience, and I said that the same thing कि आपका value क्या आप दे रहे हैं customer को. Islamic finance is basically faith-based finance, but at the same time, in the speech, His Excellency mentioned about Maqasid al-Sharia. That is one point. Then Dr. Ahmed mentioned about what value you are going to give to your customer. So value, definitely, if Islamic banks are going to give value, remittances will come to them. If, God forbid, the value is not there to the customer, then, you know.
Yeah. Ji, please.
रेट्स का भी फर्क है. रेट्स का फर्क है कि अगर मैं ओपन मार्केट यहाँ पे रेट है लेट्स सपोज 10 रुपीज और मैं वहाँ से बेच रहा हूँ मुझे 8 रुपए का रेट मिल रहा है. तो ये जो ओपन मार्केट का और बैंक्स का रेट और वहाँ से सेंडिंग का जो रेट का डिफरेंस है ये दिस आल्सो नीड टू बी फिल इन. ये गैप इतना ज्यादा हो रहा है.
And I also would like to add into it, and my question refers directly to Rizwan Saab. Sir, we need to harness the power of data as of now. And we all know that we are working through the MTOs and MBS in the industry. The rate that we are quoting to them is 5, 18, 20. And these are the commercials that we are settling up. But do you think that same benefit is being passed to the end users? I think some of the areas where high street branches, mall branches, and other branches, the rates which is given to the end user, which is Pakistani sitting abroad, are not being given the same value he must be received. So the rate varies. Checks there. Are we keeping any checks on the exchange houses that we are quoting the rate to, or are we not?
Yes, we have also experienced in some of the corridors or maybe some of the customers, but at the same time we also noticed that the rate to those tie-ups, they are offering even the better rates to their customers. So it's a mixed practice. Some customers, some types are offering the better rates which they got from the bank, and sometimes it's a very few times when these tie-ups are not offering the same bank.
Okay. Ji, please, this is the second last question, and then subsequently last question will be from Dr. Salman.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
As being a part of the biggest industry, I think, which is literally going to sabotage all markets and retails, and as being a part of it, what I realized is home remittance not only play roles in the labor class, which is residing abroad. People, due to the inflation all over the world, they are literally getting, scrambled, and they can't get their knees, straight in the foreign countries. Due to this fact, which the inflation has all over the world, not in Pakistan. People is complaining about Pakistan, but it's not in Pakistan. It's all over the world. The people from e-commerce, why they are choosing it? Because they don't want to fly to the country where they will be not having their loved ones. So the labor class is now literally coming to a side where they want to sit at their place, sit at their home, and they want to make money. And there are so many things on internet and e-commerce you can make money. It's a simple trade things, and so on and on. What I am seeing and watching is there is one thing which is the gateway, and it is only the gateway where everything starts. It is the awareness. Mr. Fran, my brother Fran, every single time he stated and he continuously mentioned that what are the key roles of institutions, key roles of banks in our society. Technological advancement is the main thing. I think e-commerce is just because of the technical advancement and technical warfare. We are at a war at technical things and technology, not just because that we have technology. We can miss the part that we as Pakistanis are missing the aspect of business. We all have it. But what we are missing is the support from the banking system, especially from the Islamic system, because we live inside the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. And I think that if the all, as the name of it, it's unveiling the crucial role and empowering OIC nations, how Islamic banks are getting coordinated and cooperating with all of the foreign Islamic banks with 50 plus states all over the world. What are they doing with them? How they, because moving from here to there, if I get a connection with this person, I don't need to move exactly to that place. I have a person, I have a bank. So bank to bank, there has to be a connection. And that connection should be so strong that you can sabotage the market. There is no such thing in competing with conventional banks. People literally don't want conventional bank. They want the label of Muslim. They want the label of Islam. I still don't think that Muslim, as far as I know, according to the thing in Mizan Bank, before stating up the questions, Mizan Bank literally fears and penetrates through all of the banks, and they took the first place in few past 20 years. What I see is they are continuously facilitating their customers. The customer service is excellent. People need Mizan Bank. Mizan Bank doesn't need people. So they are always there for them. What measures from all of the Islamic banks are taken with banks and the collaborations and the things they have to do? I think we are lacking in general. This is what we are lacking in. We are lacking in coordination. We are lacking in unity. Accept unity, accept the faith. And now I'm going to ask only general questions. Do we really believe, do all of the banks really believe that we are going to take over the world in financial institutions? Do we really believe that we can convince all other, except the Muslims, all other people, that our system is very pure and refined? According to the Sharia, the book of the rules that we have with the composition of life we have in our life, the Holy Quran, can influence the people who are sitting beside us and they are not Muslims. Why, when we adopted conventional banking, can't we get inside their heads and their minds to convince them that Muslim banking, Islamic banking is the best thing you can ever have? So in general, what I really wanted to ask to all of you, calmly, do all of the banks come and sit together and decide that we have to make better and strong collaborations with all of the foreign Muslim banks, and we will take measures generally to uplift the labor class as well as the people in Pakistan in the e-commerce field, in the production side, get the production up to the top and facilitate as it should be. That is my question, and this question is relatable to every single one of the individuals sitting.
Okay, thank you so very much. We really appreciate your the energy, the level of energy that you have, and the level of commitment and the praise that you have shown. Let me assure the audience that this is not a planted question by any of us. So I would just like to request Brother Shuja to maybe precisely address that point whereby about the collaborations between the financial institution briefly, because we are short of time. I've been asked session and close the session as soon as possible. Please.
We are very much in collaboration with the institutions. And as far as the Islamic banking, there's no need to tell much more about it, since the customer, people who love, those want to Islamic banking, they come to us without any, they come and they say, this is our deposit and we work with you. Simple.
Thank you so very much. Okay, we'll take the last question from Dr. Salman. So my sincere apologies, we are short of time. Actually, he has been raising hand for quite some time now.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Salman Sayyid Ali, very short question. So far, we have been discussing about remittances, and we know the main use of remittance in Pakistan is consumption. But remittance can be used not simply to fill the foreign exchange gap, but also for development. So here is the role for Islamic banks, what they can do to facilitate remittances are not going just for consumption, but for some genuine investment. I'm not talking about financial investment, but talking about matching the with the remitters so that they can directly invest. The only investment that is taking place by remittance is maybe the education of the children in the family. This is the only investment that I see. Otherwise, it is consumption. So from this perspective, if you look at remittances, financial institutions can play a role, not simply facilitating and reducing it to the click, but also providing avenues where they can directly invest. So,
Very good suggestion. Thank you so very much. We really appreciate that. Okay, ji.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम। मेरा ताल्लुक दल्लाल अलबरका से ही है। मैंने 38 इयर्स उनके साथ जॉब किया है और रिटायरमेंट के बाद मैं पाकिस्तान आया हूँ। फर्स्ट थिंग मैं आपको ये पूछना चाहता हूँ कि आपने जो डिस्कशंस की हैं वो पाकिस्तान की रेमिटेंसेस के बारे में की हैं, कभी आपने ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानीज के बारे में जो रेमिटेंस भेज रहा है आप उसको क्या बेनिफिट दे रहे हैं?
जी
ठीक है। और दूसरी चीज ये है कि अगर आपने इस चीज को इम्प्रूव करना है तो आप जो रेमिटेंस भेज रहा है उसके लिए नई पॉलिसी अडॉप्ट करें। मसलन अगर उसकी डेथ हो जाती है और वो रेमिटेंस जितने अमाउंट का भेजता है, हर साल उसके अकाउंट में जितने पैसे वो भेज रहा है पाकिस्तान को उसका उसका बेनिफिट दिया जाए, या इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी दी जाए उसकी डेड बॉडी के लिए। जो आप 10,000 का बजट रखा हुआ है पाकिस्तान ओवरसीज पाकिस्तान ने, वो नाकाफी है। तो आपको जो पॉलिसीज हैं वो फेवरेबल बनानी इसके लिए ताकि वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट।
जी जज़ाकल्लाह। आपके सवाल हमारी बातचीत के अंदर मुताबिद बार डिस्कशन में आया। जिस वक्त हमने ये बात की कि यूजर का एक्सपीरियंस बढ़ाना, तो इसका मतलब रेमिटेंस जो आ रही होती है वो अमूमी तौर पे नॉन रेजिडेंट पाकिस्तानीज ही हमें भेज रहे होते हैं। और ऐसी सूरत हाल में टेक्नोलॉजी के इस्तेमाल करना, तमाम जितने स्पीकर्स हैं उन्होंने यहाँ पर इसी बारे में फोकस किया कि जो हमारे पाकिस्तानी बाहर रहते हैं और मुल्क में रेमिट करते हैं पैसे, उनके तजुर्बे को, इस काम करने के एक्सपीरियंस को इम्प्रूव कैसे किया जाए, इसके लिए पॉलिसी किस तरह बढ़ाई जाए, अवेयरनेस कैसे क्रिएट की जाए। और शुरू में जैसे तालीमी इदारों की तरफ से डॉक्टर इरम सबा मौजूद हैं, इनका यही ख्याल था, इन्होंने यही बात की कि हमें एजुकेट करना चाहिए ना सिर्फ इन सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स को जो माशी इदारे हैं, बल्कि वो लोग जो यहाँ से बाहर जाके नौकरियां करते हैं, जिनमें दोनों तरह के लोग हैं, अनस्किल्ड लेबर भी है, स्किल्ड भी हैं, वाइट कॉलर वाले एग्जीक्यूटिव्स भी हैं। जब ये सारे जाते हैं तो हर एक का लेवल ऑफ इंटेलेक्ट डिफरेंट होता है, तो उनको उनकी ज़बान में, उनके अंदाज में बेसिक तरीके से समझाया जाए। और यही बात हमारे साथी डॉक्टर शफीउल्लाह ने भी की कि वहाँ पर ट्रस्ट एक दूसरे का, जो लोग रेमिट करना, ये भी इनकी मुराद नॉन रेजिडेंट पाकिस्तानीज ही थी जो बाहर से पैसा रेमिट करते हैं। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह ये जो आपकी कंसर्न्स हैं ये आज की ऊपर, और उसका सोल मकसद पूरी बातचीत का यही था कि किस तरीके से हम पाकिस्तान में रेमिटेंस लीगल तरीके से बढ़ाएं। और इस सिलसिले के अंदर सबका मुश्तरका ख्याल ये था कि कानून साजी अच्छी होनी ज़रूरी है, इसके साथ साथ तमाम इदारों को कोलैबोरेटिव एक्टिविटीज़ करने की ज़रूरत है, टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करने की ज़रूरत है, और ख़ास तौर पर जो हमारा वहां पर नॉन रेजिडेंट पाकिस्तानी बैठा है जिसने यहाँ पर पाकिस्तान पैसे भेजने हैं, उसके लिए आसानियां कैसे पैदा की जाएं, ये आज की बातचीत का खुलासा था। और बिल्कुल सही आपने निशानदेही की।
सिर्फ आपके लिए खुदा ना खास्ता अगर कोई पाकिस्तानी की डेथ हो जाती है फॉरेन कंट्री में, तो आई वुड लाइक टू शेयर दैट कि जो पाकिस्तान इंटरनेशनल एयरलाइन है, गॉड फॉरबिड अगर ऐसा कोई इंसिडेंट होता है तो वो फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट डेड बॉडी को लेकर आते हैं। तो आई थिंक ये एक बहुत बड़ी बात है, बहुत अच्छी बात है, अल्लाह न पड़े, लेकिन कम से कम ये एक चीज़ हमारे पास गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान की अच्छी है तो वो हमें बतानी चाहिए। तो आई थॉट टू शेयर इट।
सो जज़ाक जी। इसमें ओपीएफ का भी रोल है, ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानी फार्म। अच्छा जी जी।
ओवरसीज में हम क्या कर रहे थे
जी
मैंने कई बार ओवरसीज को लिखा है कि इन बेनिफिट्स में जो है इंश्योरेंस करें, आप लाइफ इंश्योरेंस करें या बेनिफिट दें, जितना है आप उसको यूटिलिटीज में दें, किसी तरीके से भी दें। एयरपोर्ट पे आपने एक काउंटर बना दिया है कि ये ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानी के लिए ये जो रेमेंट कर रहे हैं, अब पता चला 100 उस फ्लाइट में ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानी है तो वो एक ही लाइन में लगे, तो दूसरी लाइन जो है वो छोटी है, तो उसको क्या बेनिफिट मिला है?
जी बिल्कुल,
तो
आपकी बात
उसका ये होना चाहिए कि ठीक है उसके पास प्रायोरिटी है, वो हर काउंटर के ऊपर जो है आगे जाके वो उसको अपॉर्चुनिटी दी जाए।
ये आपकी बात मेरा ख्याल है जो अरबाब इख्तियार है उन तक पहुंच जाएगी और जो पॉलिसी मेकर्स हैं उन तक भी पहुंच जाएगी। बहरहाल सिर्फ हमारे उन ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानीज के लिए जो शायद समझते हैं कि पाकिस्तान में ऐसी फैसिलिटी इंतकालों को तो वहां से कब्रिस्तान तक वो पहुंचाती है हुकूमत, तो कतन ऐसा नहीं। आप यकीन कीजिए यहाँ भी खुद इंतजाम करना पड़ता है। तो इस पर्सपेक्टिव से हम दोनों को हुकूमत जो है, जो पाकिस्तान में रहने वाले पाकिस्तानी हैं या नॉन रेजिडेंट पाकिस्तानी हैं, सबको बराबर के हुकूक देती है हमारी हुकूमत अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। बहरहाल आपकी इस बात के तरीके से इंशाल्लाह आई रियली होप कि the concerned authorities will give due consideration to this important suggestion that you have put in. Or with this, I would like to personally thank all the respectable speakers, the organizers, Regional AlBaraka, for having all of us here and arranging this beautiful, discussion session seminar. And I really hope that these kind of discussions and dialogues would continue so that we can at least start thinking about it, start collaborating more in this important, this developing economy, whereby globally changing and dynamic economy that we are in right now. We believe we need to identify our strength, and as a nation, our strength is our population. And with the level of brain drain and the level with which people are, going from Pakistan, I seriously believe that we need to think a lot and give more importance to this important aspect of remittance for Pakistan and for the people of Pakistan. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. Really insightful discussion. Just like to add my own 2 cents here is I think it's also, I don't know if one research has been done or conducted, but I think one is due in terms of actually asking the remitters what they really want. What is the, I mean, are we assuming that this is the value that they're looking for? But we really need to ask them, what would it take for them to send more money to Pakistan via more?
Maybe we can use AlBaraka Forum and conduct
Yes,
such
I think
research.
we should. We
Definitely.
need a research of that nature to kind of get that in order. Okay. May I please invite Mr. Hisham Zaki, Business Development Manager, AlBaraka Forum, on stage to hand out the tokens of appreciation to our guests. Mr. Farhan Usmani. Mr. Rizwan Haider. Dr. Ira. Mr. Saud Shahid. And Mr. Shuja Siddiqui.
And I would like to call our great MC,
Ms. Shaista Aisha. And please come all for a group session in the middle. Give it to me.
Alia, if you could please remain on stage. Ms. Alia Jafar, Director, International Relations, ICCD, and she will be delivering the closing remarks. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It was such an interesting, insightful day, especially for someone like me. I am very new to understanding the principles of the Islamic economy. So really, it has been an eye-opener for me since I've been with us. So I'd like to first share my deepest gratitude to all the distinguished speakers who shared their invaluable and rich insights. I would also like to thank our participants who shared. I know if we had more time, there would be more questions. So it is very heartening to see the interest. And I don't know if some of you noticed, but the name of the Islamic Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture is now Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development. This is because it reflects the evolution of the chamber in the context of the continuous endeavor to contribute to the main goals that has been established to achieve, and to be a critical partner in the development within the realm of commerce, industry, agriculture, economics, technology, and entrepreneurship. And it also better represents our efforts to promote the private sector in the member countries towards sustainable development goals. The new nation continues its status as an international organization and an affiliate of the OIC and represents 57 member states. Our headquarters is in Karachi, Pakistan, and regional offices in Cairo and Istanbul, Turkey. The main aim for us is to strengthen businesses to become strong partners in the achievement of a resilient, equitable, and sustainable world amidst the numerous global economic challenges we face today, which include, amongst others, unemployment, digital divide, climate change, and really many more. And our partnership with the AlBaraka Forum is significant in delivering in these areas. AlBaraka Forum is working all around the world to spread the development and the promotion of Islamic economy, finance, banking, investments, and not-for-profit economies. The conference here today is one of their activities as part of AlBaraka regional conferences that discuss and highlighted very dedicated topics within the Islamic economy. This is AlBaraka Forum's first event in Asia, and it's willing to expand for the general awareness of the Islamic economics. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves with the deep discussions led by that shed light on what's to come and what's needed going forward within the topic we discussed today. And while one of our objectives is knowledge sharing, another is to provide a platform to all the stakeholders. So I hope all of you had ample networking opportunities. Lastly, for us, success lies in sparking collaborations within and across various disciplines for the advancement of the Islamic economy. More so that we can benefit from the fruits of these opportunities that today are more advanced and utilized in non-Islamic countries, adding tremendous value to their GDPs. I'm particularly thankful to the AlBaraka team for their work. They've worked putting this event together, as well as the team of Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development. Just last briefly, I want to talk about the upcoming events if you are interested in participating. So 28th, 29th of February is the AlBaraka Symposium in Medina, Saudi Arabia. Second half of April is AlBaraka Summit in Istanbul, Turkey. And then on the 26th and 27th of October is the third AlBaraka Summit in London, which is an annual event. And with that, thank you and look forward to seeing you again. Assalamu alaikum.